The world is doomed. Those called the 10 strongest knights who protected the continent had already exhausted all their energy, and over this vast contaminated land, only death prevailed. Over all except for him, the knight who was still alive. All of this was caused by the demon commander of gluttony, who admitted that this human was strong, but that it still wasn't enough to kill him. Even so, our warrior grabbed his hammer and struck the commander's arm with such force that he crushed it, smashing him from head to toe, because that monster was just noisy. And in this way a little peace was finally achieved, but due to his injuries, he wouldn't last much longer either. Then he paused to think he'd done everything wrong from the start. After all, mana training was knowledge exclusive to knights and nobles. Therefore he had to overcome countless failures, climbing to the top even while being at rock bottom. What if instead of what happened he could have trained with the proper methods from the beginning? Could he have saved the continent and the entire world? Reflecting on the commander of gluttony, he thought that despite everything, he was really exceptional. Even though he was only the 7th among all the Demon King's commanders. It was at that moment that he heard a voice calling him. One calling was the Emperor of the Sword, Asgard von Valencia, saying that he would die soon. But before that he wanted to ask a question. Why didn't Tiny flee the battle? Since he lived in the slums and had nothing to protect. Tiny replied that fleeing a battle was shameful, for a man must always be confident. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter, saying that Tiny should trust in the talent that made him one of the 10 strongest knights, solely through his pride. And then he began to speak strange things as if leaving a message. He said that when he returned, Tiny should find him, but not immediately, because otherwise, even he wouldn't believe it. The emperor then revealed a family secret: his daughter's birth name was Lila, a tribute to the flower he and his wife liked. However, he admitted that in truth, he didn't actually like that flower so much. He asked that Tiny not forget this information, as it would be a code only he should know. And in fact, the emperor's consciousness faded. The same time, Tiny woke up in a familiar room, thinking that everything had been just a dream. But in fact, he was reliving a terrible past where invaders took his sister, who died taking care of him. She had been beaten while trying to protect Tiny, was hiding a ring. At that moment, Wolf's men arrived, angrily kicking the door. Tiny, with his frail body, could barely move, and his sister was brutally attacked. One of the men, while kicking her, remarked that corpses had value, as there were people who liked to play with them, and that brought in good money. Tiny, unable to move his arms, desperately wanted to protect his sister, at least this time. Then, with all his effort, a blue energy surged from his hand, and he managed to move. In one leap he threw himself at one of the attackers, determined not to let them take his sister. The men began beating him, but Tiny resisted, and after several blows to the head, the bandits gave up and left. At that moment, Tiny realized that something had changed. This was the end of his nightmare. But this time he had managed to act differently. Mana had awakened in him earlier than it should have. He realized that perhaps the sword Emperor's words were right. This wasn't a dream. He had really returned to the past, and could now change the future of the world. Taking advantage of the moment, he cursed the old man for not sending him even further back in time. However, at that instant, Tiny began coughing up blood, a consequence of his frail body trying to use mana. Even so, he knew that complaining was useless. If the emperor had sent him to the past, this was his chance to ensure his sister could rest in peace, something he hadn't been able to do in his previous life. With that in mind, Tiny decided to follow his path and avenge his sister's death. But before that, he needed to ensure she rested in peace. And even though they didn't share the same blood, what they had in common were their black eyes and hair, something rare throughout the continent. Because of this, many people avoided him, but his sister, always kind, gave him the name Tiny and treated him with love. That's why this time he was able to bury his sister in peace. Meanwhile, one of the women, Emma, a friend of his sister's, thought that Tiny had changed a bit. Not long ago she had found him eating soup in front of his sister's body. His wounds already healed when he finished eating. He simply picked her up in his arms and thanked Emma for the soup, promising to return the favor one day. After that, his sister's funeral began and Tiny remembered the words she always said. Be confident and keep your head held high. For that reason you would have no regrets in this life. 1 month later it was finally time for revenge. He arrived before the wrongdoers and asked where Wolf was. One of the henchmen tried to slap him but Tiny caught his hand with a single motion and twisted the man's arm. Another came at him grabbing him by the shirt, but couldn't do anything. Tiny with ease delivered a powerful kick to the man for his mana-infused body was already at an advanced stage, something he had not been able to achieve in his previous life. The perfect fusion between the physical body and mana. As a result, his body had become much stronger. However, this powerful technique came with a side effect. Need to eat like a boar, or better yet like Luffy. Emma even complained that Tiny had eaten her entire 10-day supply, and she soon realized that, after reconstructing his body, something had changed now that his mana had awakened. Tiny could fix the weaknesses from when his body was frail. Then he grabbed another thug by the leg, swung him into the air and threw him far away. Thanking them for having broken his body before, the man flew so far that he destroyed the entrance to the place. Now Tiny was determined to finish off everyone there. The other criminals mocked him, asking what a kid would do without a weapon. Tiny then pulled at one of the fallen men's legs, saying he had just found one. He started using the man's body as a weapon, whipping one against the other, defeating everyone on the lower level. Next, Tiny called the Raider brothers who were upstairs to come down and fight him. Before jumping down, one of them remarked that Tiny was a man abuser, and that a body like that should be worth a fortune. Then they leaped toward him while messing with the broken body of one of the men. Tiny remembered his situation from the past, when an old man was shocked to see him use a person as a weapon, commenting that he had no class for that reason. This same old man taught him hand-to-hand combat. When the thugs arrived, Tiny easily dodged and punched the first one in the face. The second who came to play took a shin kick. Tiny jumped on him, threw him to the ground and finished him off with a kick, like those combos from Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, the invaders' leader Wolf asked who was there. Tiny recalled that in his past life he had discovered that Wolf was a pimp belonging to the Beastmen tribe. Even among them, the silverware wolf he transformed into was even more special, as it indicated the direct manifestation of the Beastmen royal family's bloodline. In the past life, killing him had been a huge challenge. This time Tiny arrived, calmly asking if Wolf was already shitting himself. In fear, enraged Wolf began to transform, determined to finish the boy. When he finally transformed, Tiny noticed something was off. He didn't have the silver fur, so Tiny asked what kind of mutt was standing before him. Even so, Wolf charged at him, but Tiny easily dodged, finding him slow compared to what he had faced before. Seizing the opportunity, Tiny grabbed Wolf's jaw and, using mana, broke it with a snap. He recalled when a Beastman friend had told him that this was how to deal with their kind. Wolf kept attacking, but Tiny dodged everything with ease. Wolf was nothing more than a barking dog that didn't bite, and that's when the beating session began. His friend had said that when it came to Beastmen, you just had to keep hitting them until they got tired, as they could regenerate from almost anything. So Tiny decided to enjoy himself. Beating the little wolf, Tiny delivered a kick so strong that it forced the guy to fully transform, sending him flying into a wall. Now he wasn't just going to break his spine. After all the massacre, Tiny stood there thinking that perhaps this would bring some comfort to his sister, her soul. As if it were up to him, Wolf's head would already be rolling on the ground. However, now that he was all beaten up, begging for Lady Arena's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Tiny simply asked what Beastman like Wolf was doing there amidst the chaos. Tiny ended up finding a strange stone on the ground. He picked it up. He immediately sensed demonic ki, as there was a white wolf chained inside the stone. Seeing this, Tiny recalled a long time ago in the elven forest when Elf spoke about spiritual creatures. She explained that these creatures are reborn after accumulating mana for at least 100 years. What she described as the quintessence of a spirit was exactly what Tiny was holding: a spirit stone. Wondered why Wolf had one of these stones, especially in such a strange state. Even so, Tiny punched the chains, freeing the white wolf as he washed his memories. The spirit had been surrounded by a group of strangers, using demonic ki trapping it inside the stone. The boy receiving the stone was Wolf himself. These scumbags have been creating beastmen by having people absorb spirit stones. And that's how that boy had transformed into Wolf. This time, since Tiny had arrived early, Wolf hadn't been able to absorb the stone. However, the white wolf, furious, tried to bite Wolf. Tiny stopped it, saying that this scum deserved something far worse than death. The wolf seemed to understand, and Tiny remembered what that woman had said: it was possible for humans to tame a spirit provided they had a pure soul and enough mana. That's why usually only children were able to do it. Tiny became pensive. After all, even though he was young, his soul was far from pure, but since it was working, he had no complaints. He was able to communicate with the wolf through the mana flowing inside the spirit stone. Thus, Tiny decided to form a contract with the wolf. Unlike magic, it wasn't necessary to focus on raising the spirit's level, as most of these beasts grew stronger as their tamer's strength increased. That's why the elf arena was among the top 10 knights in the world. Before accepting the contract, the wolf asked Tiny for a favor: to avenge his capture by the cult worshippers who did this to him. In this way, Tiny obtained his first spirit, naming it Moon Wolf. Looking at Wolf collapsed on the floor, Tiny concluded that it was all the work of those worshippers who rejected God and worship demons. With that, he kicked Wolf, telling him to wake up. When nothing happened, Moon Wolf went to do his job. Tiny then asked where the guy who gave Wolf that spirit stone was. Terrified, Wolf said the organization would kill him, but before he could reveal anything, his head exploded due to a spell that prevented him from saying a word. With that, Tiny focused on what was most important. He took Wolf's body and threw it against the wall, where he knew the scoundrel's treasure was hidden. The item he needed was the Valencia family ring. Some time ago, a blonde-haired girl had asked for his name and given him a ring, telling him that whenever he needed help, he could show the ring to find her. That same ring had been stolen by those wrongdoers. The person who had given it to Tiny was Clovan Valencia, the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor, known for her kindness, and called the Saint of Valencia. It happened because in the Valencia family culture, children who came of age had to place flowers in each temple and make their names known. That's how Clove had met Tiny on the streets and given him the ring. In his past life, Tiny took too long to seek revenge, and thus it took him longer to recover the ring. Now, with the ring in hand, he saw a great opportunity to find the Sword Emperor. Suddenly, Tiny heard a voice from below. He went down, knowing that the time had come. The shiny bald knight had arrived. He couldn't believe that a mere child had caused all that destruction. This was Lamb, the commander of the castle guards, who was already thinking of using the situation as an excuse to increase the brag he received in exchange for. But before Lamb could do anything, Tiny descended the stairs, saying he was just dealing with some trash. And since there was a knight around, it was obvious he had been getting good money from Wolf. The bald guy immediately flexed his veins, even where he had no hair, and charged furiously at Tiny. However, Tiny simply struck him with his hand, throwing the bald man far away. As given the 9th level, if Tiny had given his all, he could have easily defeated him. Right after Tiny delivered a knee strike, and even though he was strong, the bald man managed to block the blow. Now that he had shown a bit of his power, Tiny knew he needed to act smartly, as the bald knight didn't yet need to be treated as an enemy. Just as the bald man prepared to draw his sword, Moon Wolf appeared in his giant form, causing the knight to break into a cold sweat. With the situation calmer, Tiny proposed a deal. instead of Wolf paying the bribe. Tiny would make the payment himself. The bald man, impressed, replied, "Oh ho, you're clever, kid," and asked if Tiny would pay the 5 gold coins. Wolf used to pay Tiny, however knew that the bald man received no more than 1 gold coin and offered to pay him 1/2 if the knight didn't accept the offer. Tiny was ready to end the negotiations and start a fight. Of course, the bald man backed down and agreed, stating that the last day of the month would be the due date. As he left, the men who had called Lamb questioned him. "Mr. Lamb, are you going to betray us?" To which he replied, "Money speaks for me, friend." At that moment, Tiny tossed a coin to Lamb and said that since the owner had changed, you should set a time to greet the new lord of the estate. Even though Lamb had left the scene, it was clear that there would be no more paydays for him. As for the 3 defeated thugs, Tiny gave them a mission: gather all the residents of the place. If anyone tried to escape, Moon Wolf would have a good meal. And so the 3 big men ran off. If everything went according to plan, taking care of that place wouldn't take more than a week. An hour later, the 3 had brought everyone together. As soon as she arrived, Emma ran, thinking someone had beaten Tiny. Again, in reality, the blood on his hands was Wolf's. Was already lying dead nearby. The crowd panicked, thinking they wouldn't escape punishment. Everyone knew that the estate lord was behind Wolf. Then Mafurmi's Tiny declared, "Challenging the nobility is a grave sin, and that's why the estate lord is going down too." Cuts to the guards commenting that they hadn't seen Sir Lamb in days, and in fact he was on probation, as there had been an incident involving crazed lunatics claiming they were chased by a giant wolf in that episode. Their leader was so disfigured that they couldn't even recognize him. Moreover, all the money had disappeared. Even so, the guards didn't understand what Lamb had to do with it. The problem, however, was that Lamb's negotiation with the new boss hadn't gone well. All the shops and businesses in the city were closed, and the estate lord was furious, calling the leader to resolve the situation. Tiny, remembering his past life, knew that even after examining the account books, nothing suspicious had been noticed at the time. At the lord's request, he handed over the book and half of the fortune. But now things would be different. As Tiny had understood that there were nobles who crushed other nobles, it was precisely because of that account book at the estate lord was in trouble with that. Tiny declared to the people, "Now you're free if you want to get revenge or vent. This is your last chance to take a few hits on the guy." The women couldn't resist, and all went to kick the headless leader. Additionally, he allowed everyone to take as much money as they wanted from Wolf's treasure to flee. Before they left, Tiny made it clear, if you dare commit crimes for money or reveal what happened here, our friend Wolf will tear you apart piece by piece. He then asked Emma to leave the estate and go to Diane with the others, as Tiny still had another place to go, and so Tiny thanked everyone, declaring that from that day on, the red light district of Invader was closed. Meanwhile, the guards discussed the arrival of the new leader, whose name was Tiny. When he appeared, they were perplexed and asked, "What is a child doing here?" Tiny then summoned the big wolf, causing the guards to fall back in fear. After all, with his child-sized body, things like this would keep happening. Further ahead, the Grandmaster of the Knight's Order, Cran, introduced himself. However, Tiny, in his defiant manner, remarked that it seemed to be their custom to leave a guest waiting for so long. The knight, offended, was already preparing to draw his sword, telling Tiny to know his place, but it was Crayon who needed to learn his place, as he tried to appear superior, though he was insignificant, because Tiny was a guest of the lord of the estate. Crayon, furious, started to speak more, but Tiny interrupted, saying that the real bad smell in the room came from him. As the knight advanced with his sword, the butler appeared, informing them that the lord was waiting. So the almost bald Cram began to guide Tiny inside the castle. Once there, Tiny was astonished and commented that it was a pleasure to meet the lord. The man before him was Timon von Felias, a baron. Tiny was surprised because in the future, he remembered Timon as someone 3 or 4 times larger. However, he knew that the account book would bring down the baron quickly. Tiny then expressed his desire to become the Lord's weapon, putting the knight leader, Cran, as his competitor. The people present were even more shocked to learn that Tiny was only 13 years old. The Lord stood up and commented, "So the boy who stole my wallet wants to become my weapon?" Tiny replied, saying that he believed he was doing the Lord a favor. Meanwhile, the defiant Cran asked for permission to execute Tiny right there. However, Tiny mentioned the crackdown on drugs that the Duke of Valencia was carrying out in his territory, along with the fact that the Princess of Valencia had recently visited the state. He suggested that Cran think twice before everything blew up. Cran tried to belittle Tiny's words, but the Lord interrupted him, saying that if what the boy said was true, he deserved a reward. The Lord also heard rumors that Tiny controlled the spirit of the wolf, which he supposedly stole from a spirit stone. Finding this suspicious, the Lord asked for an explanation. Tiny then glanced around with the help of the moon wolf and revealed that Cran was using a magic circle belonging to a dark mage. If Cran could use 2 of these circles, it meant he had offered hundreds of bodies or live sacrifices. This explained why there was so much talk about buying corpses for a high price. Without waiting for more answers from Tiny, Cran drew his sword to attack him. However, Tiny's spirit had already transformed into the powerful Mega Moon Wolf. The Lord, observing the situation, decided to change the terms of the test and asked Crane about the boy's power level. According to Crane, Tiny was close to stage 2, and unless he was descended from a prestigious family, he would be considered a prodigy. His mana pattern was perfectly stable. Tiny then improvised, saying that he had learned all of this in a vision, but he knew he needed a better excuse to convince the Lord and the knights. He claimed that he had learned everything from his deceased parents before coming to Felia's, and if anyone wanted to confirm this story, it would be impossible, as Felia's accepted all kinds of refugees, making it difficult to uncover information about his true identity. In the end, the Lord decided to trust his word, as he would judge the truth later. Meanwhile, Tiny was invited to stay at the Lord's residence, since things have been going wrong since he killed Wolf, and the Lord needed an excuse to cover up the events. The question left in the air was an excuse for whom? Perhaps for the same organization Wolf was part of. If Tiny wasn't careful, he could end up in trouble. Accepting the proposal, Tiny asked if the Lord had any special visitors. The Lord agreed, saying that Tiny should be very polite to this person, but it would still take a while for them to arrive. There would be 3 days until the duchy review the books, 3 more days until the punishment unit was formed, and 10 days until that unit arrived in Felia's. In total, that would be about 16 days. If the guest arrives after that, everything will be resolved. Tiny then asks the Lord when the guest will arrive, as he needs to learn etiquette before the visit. The Lord replies that the guest arrives in a week. Tiny panics, knowing there won't be enough time to prepare. Faced with this situation, there are only 2 options. First would be to flee, as Tiny's allies are far away from there. However, if he fled, the Lord would probably put him on the wanted list, complicating his future meeting with the Sword Emperor. Furthermore, the idea of running away from something bothers him, because even without the necessary strength, you always finds a way to overcome his opponents. The second option is riskier. This guest seems to be someone from the high nobility. With the house empty, the fact that an important visitor is about to arrive makes everything more suspicious. The person supporting the Lord must be someone who cannot be shown to the public. If something major were to happen in Felia's, the visit could be postponed for this reason. Tiny concludes that he needs to become stronger to defeat both the Grandmaster and the Lord, but he decides to leave that for later as he is hungry. In the dining hall, the cook is startled to see Tiny lining up bowls and eating non-stop. His body improves every time he eats, making any medicinal herbs unnecessary. The boy just eats and eats. At that moment, a man appears and asks if Tiny learned his manners from a dog. Tiny retorts That's right, if you're insulting me, bastard, you better respect me now, the man responds. Respect someone who wants to hit a little boy, that's tough, huh? The man gets angry, curses Tiny, and breaks the table. Another man with a scruffy beard tries to calm him down, saying that Tiny is just a child, but the vagrant next to him encourages the fight despite this confusion. Tiny taunts the man to come at him because he wants to show the Grandmaster just how strong he really is. Tiny starts to suspect that this might have been staged. By the Lord, they go outside to fight. Crowd gathering around, the bearded man charges and Tiny, wasting no time, kicks his legs, making him fall. The man tries to punch Tiny, but he easily dodges and delivers another kick to his leg. The man, confused, doesn't understand how a level 1 child can be so strong even with his legs injured. He tries to attack again with a hammer strike. However, Tiny slides under the man's legs, jumps and grabs his neck, turning the fight into a clack-clack game. Tiny wins the battle, leaving everyone around in shock. A knight had been defeated by a child. In Tiny's mind, he won without the help of the wolf to prove his potential. At that moment, Ian was faint, as he spent too much mana by using all his strength. If this had happened in his past life, he would have been in trouble, since although his body recovered quickly, his mana regeneration was very slow. Now in this life, he has complete harmony between body and mana, allowing him to train as much as he wants and become even stronger than he was in his previous life. Later, the Lord comments that the information Tiny provided about the duchy's movements was accurate. He offers Tiny a veal steak, stating that the boy has a promising future. The only downside, according to the Lord, is that there aren't any good enough masters to train a genius like him. Tiny, however, responds that he has heard that the greatest knights in history grew up on their own, and what led them to follow that path was the presence of a great lord to guide their steps. The Lord is impressed by this answer, noting that both in the Empire and in neighboring kingdoms, features like Tiny's ear shape, black hair and eyes are extremely rare. He now understands why he never imagined that a foreigner could be so valuable. Tiny, for his part, doesn't understand much of the conversation, and, according to him, someone will explain the details later. However, Tiny believes that his current strength is only possible because of the power of the magic circle, but he knows that one can never predict when the demon will strike again. In his past life, Tiny was abandoned and lost the magic circle. He continues to reflect on this as someone informs him that a certain person is eager to meet him. After this conversation, Tiny goes to the training field full of thoughts, but he knows he needs to focus on one thing. The Lord is in the second circle and the Grandmaster is in the second stage. Therefore, Tiny needs to reach that level within 6 days. 3 days pass and his small body is already much stronger, with movements far better than before. Perhaps the problem in his past life was his monstrous size. Realized that he only wanted to be big and strong, which caused his body connected to mana to respond to this, unconsciously breaking the harmony between body and mana by growing too much. But this time he realizes he doesn't need to be that big. At that moment, 2 men arrive to train, but upon seeing Tiny, they quickly flee. Shortly after, the captain appears, ordering him to follow, as the Lord has given instructions to present him with a weapon. Tiny thinks it's the perfect opportunity and follows the captain to the armory, where he finds various armor and swords. However, there are no axes, his preferred weapon. He asks if he can have something like the captain's sword. The captain, full of pride, says that the Gria sword was crafted by a renowned artisan. Tiny, taunting, responds that the sword suits him much better since it should be in the hands of someone talented. The captain bursts with anger and asks if Tiny wants to die. The clever boy challenges, "If you're unhappy, how about a fight?" Captain doesn't hesitate and furiously charges at Tiny. Outside, people hear Tiny yelling, "I'm sorry, Captain. I'll be more careful." He leaves the armory all bruised, carrying a strange wrapped sword. Everyone assumes that Captain Crone hit a child. fueled in rumors that he dislikes. The boy which seems to be true. Back in his room, the maids ask Tiny what happened. The slight grin, and he says the captain told them they were going to get a weapon. And that's exactly what happened. Meanwhile, the Lord asks his subordinates if the sacrifice is secure. Worried that Tiny is messing up the invaders' plans, he needs to resolve this quickly because in a few days, Tiny's lineage will be confirmed. If he is not from that family, he will have to pay a terrible price. However, the Lord doesn't believe this will happen, as Tiny is highly talented and possesses knowledge that could only come from a prestigious family. Additionally, he has black hair and eyes, which the Lord sees as a confirmation of his lineage. That night, as Tiny was preparing to sleep, an alarm spell from his circle was triggered. Looking ahead, he sees Tiny appearing and slicing it in half, claiming it was punishment from the heavens. The next day, the maids are frightened by the presence of a strange dark magic energy. The knights, incredulous, comment that such a thing wouldn't be possible. But the priest, who was there, has already reported the energy to the parish. Glenn, one of the knights, mentions that an imperial investigation will be sent. The reason the captain's body remained in such a state, even after death, was that he was a dark mage whose body decays instantly upon dying. Glenn notices that the sword Tiny is carrying is the same one the captain used. Everyone is surprised because the captain hasn't appeared since the previous day. The guards start investigating and question all the servants, who confirm the same story. The captain beat up the boy. Glenn calls for Tiny. When he arrives, he tells the exact same version that everyone else had given. Glenn then questions him about the fact that they investigated the armory and found nothing, making the captain's disappearance even stranger. Tiny, acting as usual, says he really didn't see anything, and that his testimony is the same as the others. Seizing the opportunity, Tiny asks what will happen to him. As the Lord had said his future was secure, Glenn simply tells him to return the next day. Tiny, on the other hand, can't recall any night like that, as he remembers having defeated all of them. The next day, Tiny receives a mercenary plate and a substantial amount of money. Glenn explained that only commoners with merchant or mercenary status could enter other provinces. According to him, staying in a decaying place like that would only waste Tiny's talents, so he advised him to go far away and strengthen himself. At that moment, Tiny understood why he hadn't seen Glenn in his past life. He had probably left before everything happened, grateful for everything. Tiny thinks that now that the dark mage is dead, the imperial family will have to act. Since the duchy didn't come to them, Tiny will have to seat them out personally. Before leaving, Glenn bids farewell, asking Tiny not to forget him. Tiny didn't even know his name. Glenn introduces himself as Glenn Liberty, but asks to be called simply Glenn. Tiny departs, thinking he left an unsolved problem in that knight's hands. Now that he has a mercenary plate, he decides to go to the guild to get a horse. However, the wolf immediately appears, ready for Tiny to ride. The wolf takes on a smaller form, as spirits tend to materialize at the size they had in life, but can adjust to the sorcerer's proportions. When he mounts the wolf, Tiny feels his soul and senses merging with the animal. With everything ready, they set off with new adventures. Awaiting beyond the forest, Tiny decides to head to Corinne quickly, as it's when the first catastrophe will occur. In his past life, many catastrophes arose one after another, weakening humanity's power. It all began with the disappearance of Corinne's relic, and Tiny needs to prevent that from happening. The relics of humanity were granted by the goddess, known as the 7 sacred relics. The problem is that these relics will be stolen, but this time Tiny will not allow that to happen. Plans to join the army in battle, as the first catastrophe will occur in the Sea Kingdom of Corona. Before that, however, he decides to visit the Duke's house. Meanwhile, in the city, at night, a strange figure arrives, putting everyone to sleep and using magic to question Glenn about what he knew regarding the Lord's death. Glenn shares what he knows, and the man puts him back to sleep. Glenn awakens. One of the guards reports that the Lord's body has disappeared, complicating the investigation even further. The hooded man finds the body of the sword's owner and concludes that the culprit of the incident must be that boy who defeated the wolf and vanished. He swears vengeance against Tiny for disrupting the organization's plans. At the western gate of Valencia, Tiny's plan seems to be going well, except for the fact that they still don't have enough money to buy decent equipment at that moment. A skinny man and a fat one show up, demanding that Tiny hand over all his money. Seeing this, Tiny asks them the same question, realizing he has found his problem solvers. He remembers a rule from his past life: a large shadow appears in an alley. It's best to hide without breathing. Tiny always caught these alley guys and shook them down mercilessly. He quickly defeats the two thieves and takes their money. Soon after, more people arrive, claiming to be from the Rufus family. Tiny, however, has never heard of them and considers them too weak. One of the men tries to attack him but gets slapped in the face. The skinny man receives a solid kick to the head, showing that this group was no match for him. Plus, Tiny walks away with a good amount of money. After that, Tiny goes to an equipment shop and buys a leather armor and a club to strike his opponents in the head. As he leaves the store, he sees a crowd talking about an important person being in the city. Curious, he asks the vendor what's going on. Vander reveals that the Princess of Valencia is patrolling the city. Upon hearing this, Tiny starts reflecting, remembering that if his sister taught him about affection, Chloe was the first person to give him hope. Even though the story between them didn't end on the best terms, it was thanks to the hope she gave him that he was able to keep going. These two people ended up changing his life. Tiny recalls that when he met the woman in his past life, she burst into laughter because the name Tiny didn't suit the giant man he had become, but in this life he will meet her much sooner and secure a meeting with the Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, eldest son of Count Lucian was showing the city to Chloe, discussing trade and everything else. However, Chloe interrupts, saying she wants to see the poorer parts of the city. The young man, not understanding why, agrees to take her. Chloe's interest in these areas was influenced by the education she received from her father, who told her to observe the poorest people and seek ways to improve their lives. According to him, only by doing so could the country become a better place. Chloe has a desire to change people's perception of reality, but when her fiancé is announced the coming of age ceremony, she will no longer be free for the rest of her life. She even thinks about seeking refuge in a temple, but her father would be deeply saddened by that. At that moment, a child appears in front of her and the crowd wonders who that boy is. Child raises a ring and says the princess gave it to him, stating that she asked him to return the ring someday. Chloe recognizes the ring as hers but remembers that she had given it to a poor child. The guards immediately place a sword at the boy's throat, while he insists that it may be hard to believe, but he is the same child from before. He's the only one with dark hair, and Phyllis, or perhaps the only one in the entire Duchy. Cielo is startled as the boy seems so weak and small. Just a short time ago, the child then uses his mana to summon the lunar wolf in its smaller form. Cielo is delighted by the wolf's cuteness, as only very pure children can summon such a spirit. She also compliments the name he gave the wolf, commenting that she wouldn't have imagined he had grown so much in just 2 months. The boy introduces himself as Tiny and explains that his growth accelerated because he awakened his mana. However, the red-haired girl is suspicious. Finding the situation odd, the blonde suggests it would be better to interrogate him after a quarantine. But Tiny says he won't ask for trust. He recalls what the princess told him that day and expresses his desire to meet Lord Asgard von Valencia. The crowd again points swords at him, asking how he dares. Tiny responds that there's no way he could harm the Sword Saint, as there are only 7 superhumans across the entire continent, and one of them is the Sword Emperor, who can wield the power of destruction. Everyone is impressed praising His Excellency's prestige. However, Tiny expresses his wish to personally explain to the Duke what happened in Filia's. Sometime later, Chloe was interrogating her knight to find out if she was hiding anything. Beyond what Tiny had said, the knight reveals that there was a black mage in the Empire, and that it seems there's someone even greater behind it since Tiny experienced all of this. His testimony could be an important clue, so it's better to take him to her father soon. Meanwhile, Chloe asks how long the redhead is going to keep holding the wolf. She even tries to get the redhead to pet it, but the girl blushes from the animal's cuteness. Chloe then asks where Tiny is. In truth, the young Edmund had taken Tiny because he wanted to say something. At that moment, the wolf had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Tiny asked the young man what he knows about the black mage. Reality, it was just a trap to get Tiny to follow him, as now he was going to teach Tiny good manners. With a slap session, however, on the first slap, the young man tried to deliver Tiny, grabbed his hand with one of his own and didn't let go. Tiny only let go after scratching his ear and asked if, by bringing him there, he had prepared something interesting, so Tiny followed the young man. Meanwhile, the red-haired knight rode out on horseback looking for them because, according to the princess, the spirit disappears when the master is getting too far away. Outside the castle, they arrived at a place where the Rufus family lives. The man there was asking if Tiny had come for the product. However, Tiny wasn't interested in any of that. What he wanted was for the strong men to educate that commoner. One man tried to say something, got slapped in the face for questioning orders. When the other men stepped forward to face Tiny, they realized he was the same boy from earlier. They were terrified and told the boss that this was the boy who had defeated them. The boss then grabbed a club and rushed at Tiny, but Tiny pushed him back with a single blow, asking if that was all they had. He was ready to take down everyone there. However, before he could do anything, the men were already passed out from fear. The two remaining ones didn't want to fight at all. Sometime later, the redhead arrived and saw that everyone had been defeated while Tiny sat atop a chest reading. He handed the chest to her, which contained a book of bribes, as those men had been involved in human trafficking. With that, the stupid blonde wouldn't be able to fool anyone anymore. After that incident, the foolish blonde was expelled from the duchy, and finally, Tiny was ready to meet the Sword Saint. In truth, the young Edmund had taken Tiny because he wanted to say something in the carriage. Tiny asked if she doesn't distrust him, and in fact she's already heard of the dark-haired boy from Filia's. They say he destroyed the underworld organization and freed all the victims, and he's just done it again. That's incredible. She still scolds him because he needs to warn her before doing these things. 3 days later, the knights stop and ask the princess why an elf requested to accompany them. She immediately says that she is an envoy of the World Tree Arena, and she came to greet the travelers because she wishes to join them at this moment. The girls are delighted by the elf, while Tiny notices that she is a fifth circle sorceress. These elves are descendants of fairies famous for their beauty. Elvenheim, the kingdom of the elves, is located at the far west of the map, so it's always very difficult to see elves in the Aslan Empire. Even so, most people are friendly toward them, as elves are born with elemental abilities and are known for being pure, kind, and gentle. However, since this elf is a fifth circle black mage, it's odd. She explains to the princess that she's passing through the duchy on her way to the kingdom of Wererves. The elf formally introduces herself to the group, showing respect and stating that her goal is to travel the world listening to stories. She asked if the princess is the owner of the spirit, but the real owner is the boy right behind our Tiny, who is suspicious, as he never thought someone like her would be of high rank in the organization. Switching to acting mode, he says, "Wow, it's my first time seeing an elf," while the other girl asks if he's gone crazy, grabbing her leg. Fortunately, this lady doesn't know about the Moon Wolf's abilities, as only the owner can know that. While they were talking, the elf demonstrated magic And Tiny began analyzing the situation. They have 12 level 3 specialists and a level 4 warrior. Thinking about it, the stages of images circles, and a mana user can be seen as equivalent to defeat someone of a higher level. At least 5 people of 1 level below would be necessary. In other words, if he who is level 2 wants to beat someone from the 5th circle, he would need at least 100 copies of himself. Since with just one attack from her he'd be done for. Fortunately they have a secret card and just need to wait for the right opportunity. When the little wolf jumped on the elf, he suggested holding him for a bit at the first "Come here, darling." The wolf transformed into its monstrous form and Tiny started attacking with his hammer, while the redhead came in with her sword, because that elf is a black mage. A few minutes earlier Tiny had warned the princess, using the moon wolf, that this was a dark elf, and that if they didn't launch a surprise attack they'd be in danger. That's why the wolf jumped on the redhead to deliver the message. Now back to the action. Tiny hammering from one side and the redhead with her sword. When the elf dodged, she ascended into the air with her magic while the knights advanced. Tiny tried a left swing, but it didn't work as she used magic against the group. Wondering how these bastards figured her out, Tiny, with his wit, responds mentally, "Of course we'd know. Her stench can be smelled from miles away." Because of that, a giant spell exploded in Tiny's direction, but he managed to use some kind of shield, so the damage wasn't too severe. Although still dangerous, redhead advanced while Tiny mounted the wolf and kept hammering at the elf shield. Now the two attack together to finally break that black elf shield, and since it dealt a lot of damage, Tiny came down, slamming her into the ground. At that point the two of them came again while she cast magic at all the knights, aiming at the princess. The redhead managed to defend Tiny, then used his iron armor and came from above, as now it was full force. This caused a massive explosion and finally it broke the elf's shield. The redhead advanced again, but the elf cast more magic. Even wounded, she still had all that power. With his iron body, Tiny started hammering the woman, who caused a mega explosion, almost as if the asphalt were burning. From above she began summoning a strange power, and Tiny realized that she was the last follower of the demon, sacrificing her own body to increase her powers. They then used the offering of flames on the knights, burning them all. Everyone was at their limit, and they needed a greater force to finish off that wretched woman. And so was Clo's turn to act. Cloak, even with power of light shine, for in this world there is divine power granted through penance and blessings. Those who achieve priesthood through penance, upon being baptized, learn about divine power and receive anti-demon powers. However, there are people who are born with this power, like a saint or a warrior, who are said to be sent by God, beings who are rarely born. Chloe is one of those rare beings, a cleric, someone who wasn't born into priesthood. The knights were astonished, as she had hidden her divine power even from them. According to Tiny, Chloe is the most powerful cleric he has ever seen, and now her power would be enough to wipe out the damned elf. When the elf fell to the ground, Honey was quick to hammer her head, but when it came time to finish her off and seal her in the coffin, Chloe ran over, saying that she couldn't die as she needed to be interrogated. Chloe still needed to know the reason behind all of this. Even so, it seemed that the last hammer strike was the last thing the elf saw. Chloe thought of healing her with her divine power, while her guards commented on how incredible the princess was, and with that Chloe's secret was revealed. Chloe asked Tiny if he already knew all of that, since he was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Tiny a bit awkwardly explained that he knew, but still couldn't reveal the reason. One day she would certainly find out. To his surprise, Chloe replied with a simple "all right, but next time tell me." Tiny then revealed that the black mage was after him because of the trouble he had gotten himself into. For Chloe, it was fine because it was the duty of nobles to eliminate all threats. If she had died, it would have been her own fault for not having enough power. This showed that Chloe was still the same as she was in her past life. She gave him a few pats as he was worried about something silly. Meanwhile, a red-headed lady arrived, commenting that Tiny really hated being called a child. She came over pulling his cheeks, teasing him because a child really doesn't like being called cute. That and the princess mentioned that she needed to report everything to her father as soon as possible. They continued their journey to Taiban, the main gate. Tiny knew that the princess's father took very good care of her, but he thought that this was a bit much, as all the knights of the Blue Wing were there to escort her. These knights are at the very least specialists, and they are the most powerful group in the empire. They all kneeled as they presented themselves to the princess, and she commented that they had done an excellent job. Garen stood up, saying he was happy for the princess's safety, as Her Excellency had been very worried. Princess, however, was certain. She had informed them that she was 100% safe, and that there was no need for such a fuss. According to Garen, if there hadn't been an emergency, the Lord would have come personally. The truth is, about a month and a half ago, the Tempest family's relic disappeared. A relic that is always with her father. When Tiny heard that, he immediately asked if the relic was an artifact not even Chloe knew. It's a secret that can only be passed down to the head of the family. Faced with this, Tiny believed he knew the reason behind the relic's disappearance and asked to see His Excellency, saying that he would reveal what he knew shortly after. Darren asked who that boy was. According to the others, he was incredible, and they said he was the one who had captured a black mage. Moreover, he's almost at the level of an expert. Garen was astonished, as not even the 7 great knights had reached that level at such a young age. So he concluded that Tiny was either a genius, or more likely a monster. Reflecting on this, the big man finally remembered that Tiny was the boy who had brought the letter from Philias. On the way, Chloe was admiring the landscape. Tiny asked if she liked those lilac flowers, and she told him that her father and her late mother had also loved them very much, and that's why she had been given her name. Our redhead also commented that the love between the Duke and the lady was quite famous. While they talked about this, Tiny recalled his mother's last words. In truth, he didn't like that flower, but she had asked him not to forget that detail. Surely he wanted to keep that a secret. Either way, he knew he needed to find the Sword Emperor to establish his training and figure out a way to become stronger. After all, if he didn't at least reach the level of a commander, he wouldn't be able to help with anything in this life. Tiny was determined to destroy everyone who stood in his way. Finally, they arrived in Valentino, where the mansion of the Duke of Valencia is located, one of the largest in the empire. Upon arriving, the guards were all joyful, while the princess asked if this was Tiny's first time there. At that moment, a bearded man appeared, shouting, "Chloe, my daughter, are you all right?" And she, embarrassed, replied, "Oh, stop it, everyone's watching, this is so embarrassing." After being scolded by his daughter, the man thanked the knights and announced that a banquet was awaiting them. Then he asked who the boy was, and Chloe answered that she had already mentioned him, saying that Tiny was the boy who would talk about the black mage. Tiny stepped forward, saying he knew where the Tempest artifact was. The crab was surprised, murmuring, "Oh boy," he spilled the beans. At that moment, the swordsman called the boy cheeky and exerted pressure on him, but Tiny resisted, despite the pressure from the man's soul. Even so, the Emperor remarked that Tiny still had a lot to learn before reaching his former level. He also mentioned that among the 7 knights, Estina had the highest proficiency, and Jarek could have reached that level. With that, the Emperor dissipated the tension and asked if Tiny was all right to speak about the artifact at that moment. That Chloe, for her part, commented that Tiny was just a child and might not know what he was doing. But either way, the Emperor said he needed to have a conversation with him. In the room, the Emperor asked if Tiny knew anything about the disappearance of the Tempest artifact. Tiny confirmed, and in his thoughts reflected that Tempest is one of the few ancient words he knew, meaning time or opportunity. If the artifact disappeared a month ago, perhaps his power was to turn back time. "Tell me more, boy," the Emperor said, curious. But Tiny began explaining that everything started with a catastrophe that would only occur in 20 years. He detailed the entire story of how he managed to return to the past, explaining everything the sword. Emperor commented that the story was well crafted, and that Tiny even knew the names of the world trees. Guardians, the first hammer of the dwarves and the orc warrior. According to Tiny, they had been his companions for a year, although it was hard to believe. Even that those two were always at odds. The emperor then concluded that deepest means time or opportunity, and that only one person can be sent to the past after sacrificing the life of a very powerful human. He also warned that descendants must use this with great caution. These were the words passed down along with the family relic, but honestly he hadn't thought they were true. However, the circumstances seemed real. Even if it was difficult to trust his own judgment, he had relied on someone else's talents and brought someone back to the past. If he had been the one to go back, he would have used his experiences to organize humanity's power and face the Demon King's army. That's why he was astonished that it wasn't him but Tiny who had returned. Only Tiny in the future knew why. Before he died, he spoke of saving talents. It was then that Tiny realized the man was losing it. The swordsman came to the conclusion that he didn't know exactly when he would return. The only thing he knew was that one must return to the moment when their soul was most disturbed. Seeing this, Tiny must have returned to the moment. He found his determination, which is why he went back to the day his sister died. Now the swordsman had two more things to check: if his future self had told Tiny to find him, and if he had prepared some form of confirmation. And yes, that was the case, as his daughter's given name was Lilith, chosen because it was his wife's favorite flower. However, the truth was that he didn't really like that flower. He began to laugh because this was something he would have said as a password, and now it finally made sense to him, as only this explained the disappearance of the relic. Perhaps because they were in the past. That old man still had a sense of humor. Even so, he needed to check something else and sent for Night Raider. He believed in Tiny's regression, but trusting him was another matter. To prove his abilities, which had been recognized by his future self, he decided to test him. It seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? First the old man tells him to find him, and now Tiny has to prove his abilities. That's double the work. Then the swordsman asked if Tiny had ever thought about what the future would be like. Tiny started circling around the question, asking if he wanted to know about the future of the duchy. But in fact, the man really wanted to know about was the omen of a disaster. He also warned Tiny to never tell people about the future, as humans evolve through their mistakes and failures. The swordsman took pride in having taught his children the right path. With that, Tiny felt relieved, as he only knew a little about the princess. And in the past Tiny had faced many difficulties, and couldn't get close to the aristocracy. The man's eyes widened, and he exclaimed what he had no idea what might happen in the future. The only thing he knew was that the nobility would become a mess as the man became agitated. Tiny asked what else he wanted to know. Since Tiny was an ally from the future, the least the man needed to know was what the heck had happened, because seriously, what a mess. So it was better for him to remember things correctly before getting beaten to death. That night Tiny found himself in trouble with the old man because he couldn't remember much of anything. What he knew, aside from what he had personally experienced, were just rumors, were stories told by his comrades. The old man, irritated, asked if there was any useful information at all. At least, who appeared according to the oracle. The warrior's name was Cromwell, and he was 20 years old. But the old man said, then I'll train him. The problem was if Cromwell was from 20 years in the future. Right now in the past, Cromwell hadn't even been born yet. The man became desperate, thinking of blaming his future self. So he asked the butler to bring Drexler instead of Royer, because there was someone present reserved punishment. Drexler was the vice captain of the Blue Wing Knights, level 5 of the upper rank. The old man stated that the boy needed to be tested to see if he was worthy of his trust. Drexler was shocked because he would have to fight a child. Immediately thoughts started running through his head. Oh no, I'm gonna get fired. How will I support my household without money? The old man scolded him, telling him not to get lost in useless thoughts. This was a very important matter. When Drexler looked at Tiny, he saw that the boy was probably around 10 years old and already at level 2. Even so, the old man ordered the vice captain to introduce him to the artisan who made the hammer. He quickly gave several tips to improve things, and the old man hurried, saying that if Tiny didn't perform well, there would be no deal, and he asked Drexler to hold nothing back and fight with full force. In the end, it was decided that if Tiny landed at least one hit, the promise would be fulfilled. They began preparing, and the old man stopped to think that Tiny had a unique way of handling his mana. If it were him, he could become a specialist far beyond the limit, but still was that child who returned. And there must be a reason for that. The battle began. Tiny summoned the moon wolf and charged forward. The captain came in with his hammer, but Tiny dodged and managed to land a hit on his shoulder armor. Drexler found it amusing and leaped up, smashing everything around while Tiny evaded using the wolf. Deciding to compete in speed, Drexler then launched a big attack on the ground, destroying the pillars from which Tiny had been jumping, almost hitting him in the face. Tiny concluded that Drexler specialized in defense, which allowed him to predict all his movements. Even so, he dodged everything literally. Drexler was impressed but still said it wasn't enough. The old man shot in at Drexler to stop stalling. Drexler then used his soul weapon, leaving even the old man speechless, and ordered him to stop, but Tiny advanced, and there was a huge explosion when their attacks collided. Shortly after, Tiny was sent flying, and both men were concerned about what had happened. The only thing Tiny said was, "I won," since at the height of the attack he had thrown his mini hammer toward the vice captain, cutting his face. Still, it was crazy, as Tiny could have died. But he didn't die, and he won because ever since his past life, that's how he acted. Otherwise life becomes nothing but a dead end. After all, this is just a game where we need to win at any cost. And that's how he's lived up to now. The Duke agreed, thinking that in Tiny's previous life he must have believed it was worth trying something reckless. And as promised, the old Duke could keep his word and give Tiny what he needed. The moment Tiny thanked him, he collapsed to the ground and took a nap. When he woke up, he was in a room, and the Duke called him, saying they had a lot to talk about. In the hallway, Chloe appeared, calling the Duke and asking where he was taking the boy who had just woken up, asking if he was going to hurt him again. The Duke responded that Tiny had hurt himself, asking how he could harm his daughter's benefactor. Sure, Chloe replied. Tiny was confused by this benefactor talk, thinking it was the opposite, and apologized to Chloe, saying he was greedy and ended up getting hurt. Chloe, happy, said that Tiny should act more like a child. Meanwhile, her father looked at him suspiciously and warned Tiny that he was watching him, embarrassed. Tiny commented that he didn't deserve to be called the princess's benefactor, as that never originally happened. Hearing this, Chloe asked what they were talking about, but the Duke quickly replied that it was nothing, telling her to focus on her coming-of-age ceremony. In the Duke's room, he mentioned that he forgot to inform Tiny of something important. The fact that Tiny had returned to the past must be kept a secret. Only a few people could know. This must not reach the ears of the priests, because the flow of time and space is the axis of destiny organized by the creator, a power that not even the goddess can touch. A mere human defying this would be blasphemy. This was the reason the Duke's family kept the existence of Tempest a secret. Tiny was confused, thinking the goddess wouldn't be the creator, but the Duke explained that this had been erased from the scriptures long ago. He reiterated that only the 10 knights he had mentioned should know, keeping the priest out of it. Now Tiny felt relieved because he knew he would become much stronger than before. He asked what abilities he would use in the future, but what he really wanted to know was about the promise the Duke had made, Or is he getting senile and forgetting? He thought without missing a beat. The Duke smacked Tiny on the head, saying that Tiny first needed to learn some manners. And he started dragging him along, asking if he had ever heard of a force called gravity. Zams, 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 don't fall asleep, lazy boy. The Duke explained that his family's vision was divided into 4 fundamental parts: mana techniques and sword techniques that combined defense and attack, a method to acquire attributes in 3 steps, and a method to gain aura characteristics in 7 stages. Because of this, it made sense that Tiny's courage was so strong, and since Tiny uses an offensive weapon, he doesn't need sword training, although learning that monstrous defense technique would be very beneficial. The Duke went on to say that he would teach Tiny how to acquire attributes, and Tiny quickly responded, but it won't be defense, right? Changing the scene, the hooded figures discussed that Elaine was dead and the culprit was a child they believed to be a descendant of the Morse family. Their mission was to gather information on this boy, but they reminded themselves that for now, Jerome's task was more important. Back to Tiny, he discovered that to acquire attributes he must possess attributes. According to him, his body already had convenient attributes, but after the fight, the Duke checked and saw that even with a child's strength, Tiny was heavier than most knights. Thinking back in his previous life, the Duke probably wore heavy armor. The heavier the body, the heavier the armor. In other words, the more energy absorbed, the slower the movements would be. The reason for this, according to some warlocks, is something called gravity. If Tiny could master this attribute, the heavier his body became, the faster and stronger would become. The Duke continued explaining that there is an attractive force between objects, which is mass. The heavier the object, the greater the attraction. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Tiny interrupted. Listen here, you brat, the continents have a great force that pulls them together. Tiny, confused, retorted, attractable with that? Are you sure you're eating well? Because if that were true, the world should be lying flat on the ground. Duke, already irritated, replied, do you know why things fall from high places? It's always been like that, right? Tiny said, still not understanding the Duke's side. This is complicated. But if you don't get it, that's fine. Now let's learn what gravity is in practice. With that, he grabbed Tiny and took him to the top of a building. Now tell me why someone who climbs so high could fall. Grab gravity, Tiny answered. And there he went tumbling down the wooden structure, learning firsthand what gravity is. In the middle of the fall, he called his moon Wolf, who luckily saved him well. Sort of. The Duke appeared shortly after, asking if Tiny had understood the force of gravity. Still a bit lost, Tiny listened as the Duke said, I think we need a little more practice. After much torture, Tiny woke up to find Chloe healing him, asking if he had become a specialist yet. Tiny, surprised, realized that the training had worked. Even the princess couldn't believe her father put the boy through such ridiculous training, where he had to keep falling and climbing over and over until he became a specialist. Tiny then asked if it was okay for her to be there, instead of practicing for her coming-of-age ceremony. She replied that all she needed to do was practice etiquette. Tiny, trying to be encouraging, told her she would do well, only to get a light smack from Chloe, who asserted that, on that day, she would be the star of the party. She added that it was fine for her to be there because, after all, Tiny was part of the family, too, and could start calling her sister from now on. She then asked if Tiny could keep a secret. Cut to the next scene. We now see Drexler, who had heard that Tiny had become a specialist and was itching for a rematch, this time without weapons. It's not typical for knights to lose their patience with a child, but Drexler was ready for a fight. The battle began. Drexler unleashed his aura, prepared for combat, and Tiny, without hesitation, jumped forward, hammering Drexler's shield. The knight, shocked, thought, impossible. Is this the same boy from last week? Before he could react, Tiny kicked him, sending him flying backward. Drexler halted his fall and charged Again his hammer colliding with Tiny's fist, in a powerful clash that pushed them both back. Drexler, astonished, noticed his hand was trembling. This kid is strong. Tiny then started attacking from all angles. In a final move he jumped over Drexler, leaving him confused. The audience was also amazed at how easily Tiny handled such a heavy club. Drexler, furious, charged again, and Tiny decided to confront his strength directly. Getting thrown aside, however, this was part of his plan. He prepared himself and once more jumped over. Using the Tiny combat style method level 1, he activated the lightning slam, destroying the entire arena and leaving the vice captain on the ground. While everyone wondered, is this the power of a specialist, Tiny was there, thanking everyone for their help while the other said, "I was going easy on you. You know that, right?" Tiny also mentioned that he wasn't even using all his strength because he was also an elementalist. That's when the captain burst out laughing, saying that Tiny had passed and welcomed him to the Blue Wing. However, Tiny surprised everyone by stating that he did not want to join the Templar Knights. The captain was shocked. What then? Why did you earn the family vision? Later, with the Duke, he explained that he had forgotten to inform the Blue Wing that if Tiny intended to travel across the continent, it would be better not to belong to any family. Anyway, the Duke commented that Tiny had exceeded expectations, especially after being thrown 1001 times from the building. Now they were almost ready to face the first catastrophe. What was missing was to create an artifact, a war hammer for Tiny. An artifact infused with almost permanent magical power is a very valuable item, but it would require at least several years' worth of salary to buy something like that. Surprisingly, the Duke already had a hammer that had been crafted for several months, originally intended as a gift for the vice captain. So they went to the best forge in Valencia, Randall's hammer. There, Tiny asked them to resize the hammer to his size. The blacksmith, irritated, said he preferred to cancel the contract and pay the penalty because a job like this is no child's play. Seeing this, Tiny remembered someone saying that dwarves want weapons to find their true owners, even if they end up at loss. Thus, he realized he needed to prove that he deserved the hammer. When the dwarf took another look at Tiny, he noticed that he was already a specialist, even at such a young age, and was left speechless. Dwarves have a characteristic in their right eye that detects truth and lies based on the waves of words. Seeing this, the dwarf decided to make an exception. Inside the forge, the dwarf began to show the hammer, but warned that it was still not ready, as he needed to work on the protection magic. Tiny commented that a warhammer artifact was not something common or popular, and anyone would be foolish to refuse the spell. The blacksmith then revealed that he had only one more warhammer, a black steel hammer covered in weight amplification runes, which ended up becoming too heavy, and he abandoned the project. Surprisingly, Tiny loved the design and asked what else the blacksmith had. The blacksmith showed off the beauty, warning that there was no point in being greedy, as the hammer weighed over 100 kilograms. "I need." Upon lifting it, exclaimed Ugh, "it really is heavy," and began smashing it down, destroying the ground and everything around. He was enchanted with the hammer and commented that even though it was a bit small, it reminded him of Nocturne she used in his past life. Tiny then asked if the blacksmith could help him make a dagger so he could use it once he grew up. Of course, the blacksmith agreed to help. He also wanted to know the name of the hammer. "The name of this beauty is Stamp," revealed the blacksmith later with the Duke. Tiny told him about the hammer he chose, saying that it would take 2 weeks to make the adjustments. He was still a long way from becoming invincible. The Duke, curious, asked, "Where did you learn this invincible stuff?" In fact, he had learned some Eastern languages because of his appearance with black hair. Seeing this, the Duke burst out laughing, telling him to speak more like that because sometimes Tiny seemed a bit foolish to me. Since it would take 2 weeks for the hammer to be ready, Tiny would head to Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony. At this ceremony, the Duke planned to make that big announcement, a connection with the imperial family. That's when Tiny asked if he really intended to do that, even knowing that the prince would die on the day of the wedding. Tiny revealed that, in the summer of the following year, all direct members of the imperial family of Aslan would die in the second catastrophe. As a result, the empire, which was considered the strongest nation, would suffer from internal conflicts, and the power of the nation would become fragmented. The princess would become a widow, and the only survivor of the entire imperial family. In the end, she would receive the title of the Imperial Princess of Misfortune. Now that the Duke knew this, he was determined to ensure that such a tragedy would not occur. According to Tiny, that was all he knew. There were rumors that the second prince was to blame, but in the end he also died. You and the Duke, I couldn't figure out what happens in the afterlife. The Duke commented that his daughter Chloe was brilliant, a person with a personality that shone brighter than her appearance later. The whole world would see this. Even with his help, it was Chloe who managed to rebuild the ruined empire. However, she was not happy for this reason. For the sake of his daughter and the world, the Duke would choose a path that could avoid as many tragedies as possible, could save Clone in his own way. But by saying this in front of her father, Tiny ended up getting a bump on the head. A few days later, the white-haired knight commented that they were receiving many guests. One of them was the commander of the Blue Wing Knights, Gennis. He informed them that they had received a guest from Rokter, the third son, known as a parasite. The Duchy of Rokter was a powerhouse of the Empire family that had been competing with Valentia for generations. The Duke ordered them to inform this is Valentia, not Rokter. He then asked Eugenius if he happened to have any illness. Since Eugenius did not, the Duke told him not to take everything on himself, and asked if he had ever considered getting married. Janus replied that he absolutely did not want that, thinking the Duke was acting strangely that day. In reality, the Duke was asking these questions because Tiny did not know Janus's name, who was a very powerful knight somehow. Tiny thought that he might not be in his future. However, a mana user at level 6 like Genius wouldn't die in some common battle, so probably his death would be caused by the second catastrophe. While Tiny was lost in thought, Chloe arrived, accompanied by the red-haired girl. Tiny asked why she was there since many guests were arriving. Chloe said that when she was with Tiny, she heard interesting stories and could still see the little wolf. She quickly began to pick up the fluffy little wolf. At that moment, a guy appeared, commenting that the Angel of Valencia was indeed very beautiful. This was Tiberon von Rokter. Upon hearing this name, Chloe and the red-haired girl were surprised. What a Rokter! Tiberon bold asked if Chloe knew that you would become her lifelong partner. He invited her to have some wine, but the red-haired girl, who was in charge of the knights, ordered him to step back as the princess was not permitted to interact with the guests. Tiberon, irritated, said a female knight wants to interrupt me, and called over his own big knight to impose respect on the women. However, they forgot that Tiny was there. The same actor, confused, asked his sister who those people were. When Tyburn's knight was ordered to get rid of Tiny, he received a smack in the face because he was already being a nuisance. Knight then advanced, but Tiny responded with another slap, knocking him down. The knights, observing from above, were surprised by the scene, asking, "Who the hell is this kid?" At that moment, the big creature flew face first into the ground, while the people up top kept asking, "Who is that kid?" According to the blonde guy with the thick eyebrows, "That's a legendary genius, the Duke of Valencia, and ended up with a tremendous monster. He thought he needed to find that boy someday, until he asked the man if the Rochers were really trying to get close to the imperial family. In his view, the Rochers were trying to destroy the relationship between the imperial family and Valencia. But down below they had to deal with those idiots." Guy said that His Majesty didn't need to worry because the children of Valencia cared very much for the youngest, and they were all coming in rage. After a while, Tiny went to meet the old man who was saying that Thybron had been expelled from the family. Thanks to that, Tiny didn't need to apologize for attacking a noble, and there he was just on Ham and Ham eating some good cookies. Meanwhile, the Duke, furious, stood up, telling him to get a grip because at this rate, he was trying to go to prison. Before the Demon King's army attacked, Tiny commented that the Duke was acting strange, and the Duke himself knew it and wanted to smash that idiot. Tiny left while the old man was going crazy inside, since he was going to wipe out that good-for-nothing. Outside, 2 copies of the buff old man appeared, but younger because they dared to mess with his sister. The guys were so thirsty that they didn't even look ahead. One of them bumped into Tiny and was thrown far away just from the impact. The other was scared to see all that power around Tiny and asked if that kid was Tiny, the same one who fought against Drexler. Since it was indeed him, the rumors must be true, but it was a shame. They couldn't talk now because they had some things to settle there. So they ran off saying they wouldn't let the good-for-nothing leave Valencia alive. Tiny saw that the name Aaron from one of them sounded familiar. But who was the other guy with him? There was only one young master in the future, perhaps. What happened to the other was the same as with the guy with white hair, and that's why he started cursing the Imperial family, since they always considered the Austen lineage to be the noblest. Only they were allowed to be invited to the banquet. Even the guests from Valencia had a limited number, without even imagining what the consequences would be. However, behind Tiny, those men arrived saying it was good to check the surroundings. Tiny turned and asked who is he, since he realized that this is a fealty phase created by magic. He introduced himself as Baron Redley von Nasa. A guest of the princess's ceremony, he commented on the rumors and said it was a pleasure to meet Tiny, asking if he was really from Valencia. But in fact the Duke was just looking after Tiny for a while. The Duke has a good eye, doesn't he, said the Baron. Then Tiny replied, this is Valencia, so be careful what you say about the Duke. At that moment the man burst out laughing and said he deserved that. He said that since they were advising each other, they could even consider themselves friends. He then invited Tiny to dinner and celebrate that friendship. Meanwhile, Tiny thought about whether he should knock him out, but remembering the Duke's nagging, he decided to hold back. However, the Baron kept saying that Tiny was close to the princess and that he wanted to meet her. That's when Tiny, not even letting the man finish, raised his hand, realizing the mistake he had made as the guy flew to the other side. At that instant, the man escorting the Baron drew his sword and charged Tiny. He came in with such rage that his teeth turned black, competing in strength with Tiny. In the middle of the clash, Tiny realized that he was controlling the space with mana, which indicated that he was already at the level of a challenger. Furious, the man shouted that he would rip Tiny's hand off, but at that moment the little wolf appeared from behind. The man got distracted while defending himself, and Tiny took the opportunity to throw a punch right in his face, but it was all for nothing, as the man didn't even move and threw Tiny away, preparing his sword for the attack. Tiny defended himself with the help of the wolf, but was thrown back where Egghead was coming in strong. However, at the moment of the final confrontation, the man in the back told the other to stop, saying that the mistake was his and not Tiny's. After a while, the man with white hair said it was an honor to meet Tiny. He apologized for what happened earlier when Tiny hit the other guy with his hand. He said that this time he would let it go. But Tiny needed to know that Valencia wasn't such a kind place. Moreover, he commented that people with magical disguises were allowed to do that, and added that he also had high expectations for Tiny. Curious, Tiny asked who that was in disguise. While the man said it was confidential, Tiny questioned whether it was someone linked to the Imperial family. Challengers were quite rare on the continent. Tiny ended up thinking that the guy must be some sort of inspector from the Imperial family. A week later, at the coming-of-age ceremony, Whitehead was thinking that he would make this the most beautiful day for Chloe. Meanwhile, Tiny was standing by, just munching away and asking what that dish was called, kept eating, until the man got irritated, telling him to stop chewing immediately, or he would get beaten up. Tiny asked what was wrong. At that moment, the same man who had received a few slaps appeared, asking for a moment to talk. Tiny then apologized, saying he had been very rude that time, but contrary to how it seems he said he admired Tiny's attitude at that moment. In the back someone commented that now the star of the day enters Princess
Chloe von Valencia,
accompanied by her father and brothers. Just by looking and waving her little hand, everyone was impressed. Even if this guy's scoundrel said she was very beautiful, while Tiny thought about whether to slap her or not. In her mind, after today everything will change. Seeing that cute face, Tiny uses his powers as an elementalist to put on a show with his little wolf, making our Chloe happy. People, however, were wondering what that creature was doing there. Seeing the situation, Tiny summoned the giant form of a lunar wolf, and everyone was impressed because it was a spirit. Even the crazy guy complimented him, saying it was amazing and thanked Tiny for the distraction. After that, the Duke began his speech, presenting a necklace to the princess, because the highlight of the ceremony was to introduce the princess's fiancé. At that moment, the Duke used a presentation magic, projecting a video of the prince introducing himself as Van Azren. He declared that he was very happy to have the Angel of Valencia as his companion. And seeing this, the audience of the ceremony was left speechless. Then the Baron stood up and said it was his turn. Tiny tried to stop him, asking where he was going, but the Baron just laughed and told him to read Narsa backward. Upon doing that, Tiny realized it spells Azran, the same name as the prince. At that moment, the Baron removed the magic that concealed his face. Tiny was surprised because he realized he had slapped the prince's hair, and now he was in trouble. Would it be better to let him die at the wedding? But our pale one said that His Highness had already forgiven Tiny. After all, it was the prince himself who sought this engagement to defy the emperor's wishes, who preferred the Roctor family. Then the Duke sent a message to Tiny saying everything was ready. Later, Tiny was in a room with the Duke, who thanked him for the presentation with the spirit. However, the Duke mentioned that it was a bit hard to believe that Humanitas, the sacred relic of Karam, had disappeared, and that Orthus, the capital, had been destroyed by the attack of the great demon Kraken. Now they needed to prevent such catastrophes from occurring. As for the stamp, it was also ready the next day. Tiny went to pick up his beauty and was eager to test it.
The added man encouraged
him, and soon Tiny headed to the forest, striking blows against the people, realizing that it was better than he had expected. Then the little wolf called him to run under the moonlight, and running that way, they would reach port in action in a week. Meanwhile, in the organization, a hooded figure said that the Morse child left the duchy riding on his spirit and was moving 4 times faster than normal, heading toward the nearest port of Corin. The crazy guy in the meeting, irritated with the situation, decided he would take care of it himself. Then further ahead, Tiny found himself facing a gang of lunatics blocking the way. He asked for these idiots. The man, offended, said he was done for, as he was just an elementalist. Facing 5 of them, the men charged, saying the Black Knights would teach him a lesson. One of them shot an arrow. Tiny deflected it with one hand, which scared them. Even so, they continued advancing, thinking that being outnumbered would ensure their victory. Tiny, happy, raised his hammer and broke the first opponent's ribs. Alarmed, the others wondered if that was really the level of a specialist. Mockingly, Tiny said the knights are really amazing. Realizing they were at a disadvantage, the men began to flee, claiming they weren't paid for this. Tiny jumped off the wolf and struck the ground with such force that the earth swallowed his enemies, raining them. Impressed with the power of the stamp, Tiny wondered how those idiots knew where he was going. At that moment, a tree fell in his direction, and he realized that a 2-headed troll was behind him. Tiny was confused, as he hadn't expected a high-class monster in that place. Meanwhile, Tiny explained that the classification of monsters is determined according to their capabilities. A Class 5 monster, for example, is equivalent to a 5th circle mage. So why the hell is a Class 5 monster here? Riding his wolf, Tiny dodged the attacks, while a hooded figure in the distance controlled the troll, ordering it to crush Tiny right there finally. Tiny understood what was happening and commanded the lunar wolf to catch the scoundrel. The troll charged with an axe, chopping everything around, but Tiny barely managed to escape. The berserker seemed uncontrollable, knocking down trees as it attacked. Tiny thought, monsters of this classification have strength-enhancing abilities and regeneration. But the berserker mode has a limitation. I need to hold on until an opening appears. As the troll spewed fire from its mouth, Tiny realized they were using a lot of mana. However, he ended up tripping, and the monster took the opportunity to attack with the axe. In reflex, Tiny hooked the troll with his hammer, throwing it away without wasting time. Tiny jumped up and brought down the hammer with all his strength on the monster, thinking, this hammer is really awesome. The blow shattered the troll's arm, but it began to regenerate quickly and charge at Tiny again. Meanwhile, the wizard, who was about a kilometer away, observed the battle and said, Tiny won't hold out much longer. However, Tiny continued dodging the attacks until finally they reached a dead-end patrol charged with the axe. But at that exact moment, the berserker mode ended. Tiny realized that the final gap had appeared. Lunar wolf jumped and bit the wizard, while Tiny prepared to finish off the troll once and for all. And then Tiny brought down the lightning hammer, defeating the monster for good. Now he was ready to play with the cursed wizard. The guy, desperate, began to speak, revealing that the organization's headquarters was in the lawless city of the Alliance, and the boss was the mayor there. However, since he spoke so easily, Tiny suspected that it might not be true. The wizard continued, saying that Tiny's wolf was his spirit animal and had an explosion spell, therefore he couldn't let a fifth circle tamer escape so easily. Tiny shot back, saying he knew they were trying to steal a relic of Corona, and that's why he wanted to know who had given the wizard the mission. Tiny made it clear that if the wizard didn't tell him, he would make his head explode, as the chance of that happening was now in Tiny's hands. After a fireworks show, Tiny finally arrived at the port city of Anaxon, remembering that the Duke had said he would wait for him at the city bar. Upon arriving there, Tiny was surprised, as the reinforcement the Duke had mentioned was none other than himself, the Emperor of the Sword. But soon after, the Duke's expression changed when a red-haired man said that the bar didn't sell alcohol to children. Tiny tried to look closer, but it didn't seem to be magical makeup, and he couldn't sense any mana. Suddenly, the drunks in the back of the bar started laughing, commenting that this wasn't a place for children. Then Tiny summoned his big wolf to bring order to the lunatics. At that moment, the red-haired man realized that Tiny was the specialist with black hair and decided to accompany him to a private room inside. Tiny saw the Duke's identification and discovered that he was part of the secret organization of Valencia, the Black Wing, an organization known for being excellent in both combat and information gathering. The red-haired man introduced himself as Jay, the commander of the Black Wings. Confused, Tiny asked why, being the leader, Jay didn't seem to have the slightest power to be at least a blader. As Tiny couldn't sense a drop of mana in him, he explained that he hadn't awakened his mana yet. At that moment, while running his hand over his head, Tiny discovered that the disguised man was the Duke himself. Tiny realized he hadn't gone crazy seeing him earlier, but now it was time to work. The Duke revealed that Gail Anderson, the Samami mage who was supposed to receive a letter of recommendation, was missing. Tiny was stunned because a Samami mage was the title given to a seventh circle mage, an extremely powerful person. According to the Duke, they had lost contact with Gale during his voyage, and it had already been 2 weeks since his disappearance. Then the Duke explained the backup plan and the new identity that Tiny would have to assume. Before leaving, Tiny asked Jay if he knew the name Hustle, since he was the follower of the cult responsible for the incident in Karun. Before having his head blown off, Hustle had revealed this information. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, saying that they were there. Then all sinister, Tiny began to say that the big fish had arrived, but outside the so-called big fish he was talking about was just a group of customers he was serving, alone, while the rest of the waiters scratched their butts. 2 days later we were standing in front of a ship, with a man announcing that the Flaxen was about to set sail. Tiny arrived and asked if the ship was going to Karun, while the man asked to see identification with Tiny. Took out the thing. It had an effect, because it was a noble metal. However, in reality it was the symbol of a fallen family. Some time ago there was a noble family called Moors. They were accused of being demon followers and disappeared 40 years ago. The dark hair and eyes with a mark of their descendants. But since the family was not large they could not rise. Again now Tiny is a descendant of one of the Moors, who fooled and had a child with an elf. Inside the ship Tiny began to feel a strange magic. Something was wrong, as it wasn't just one demon, but several spread among the people on board. The first one came at Tiny with a small knife. He simply twisted the guy's arm, who felt the pain down to his soul. The crew was astonished, asking what the boy was doing, but Tiny just tossed the little knife up, using his foot, and midway through the ascent, he kicked it at the crazy guy. When the man went down, a strange energy began to pour out of him with very foul smell, according to the people there. This is what happens when a demon follower is killed. Then one of the crew members came to thank Tiny, but commented that what he did was kind of lame. However, in a tight manner situation, let's see what is lame. Right, Tiny just twisted the arm of the guy on the ground and threw another one along with it, and he took the bodies of the others and used them as weapons, just like he did in his past life. The regular crew members of the ship started to run, screaming that there was a murderer on board. But in reality, all those Tiny was defeating were followers. He was actually saving the skin of those who were fleeing. The ship's captain arrived, asking what the hell was going on. And upon seeing the situation he began to apologize, as the confusion was caused by followers. Tiny then replied, "Oh, you were a great captain, and a fantastic actor." And without further ado he smashed the captain's face, who was cut from the same cloth as the other demons. After all this chaos, a Baldy was reporting what happened to King Emond. The king realized that given how things were, the followers must have already sacrificed countless people. These sacrifices served to strengthen their power, while also sending power to the demon they served. For this reason, the king referred to them as the worms of humanity. The king concluded by saying that they had been hiding for 30 years and he had let his guard down, but thanks to the elementalists, a great disaster was averted. Tiny asked if the king could see the spirit that could track the followers. That moment Tiny summoned the lunar wolf, and the king was impressed with this form, because this way he could believe it was true. The king ordered the guards to leave, as he wanted to speak privately with the boy. When everyone left, the king said that now they didn't need to worry anymore. Then asked if the fact that Tiny was a descendant of elves was a lie, as he wanted to know his true purpose. The king explained that after living a long time one learns some things, as elves do not have dark hair. He also reassured Tiny, saying that this information would only be known to members of his family. Tiny apologized and revealed that he was hunting the followers because he was trying to prevent them from stealing relics and causing more havoc in Corona. The king responded that Corona is a neutral country, but still belongs to the Union of Kingdoms. He also mentioned that it is difficult to trust the Empire, opposes the Union, and that Tiny probably hid his identity for that reason, even though he had good intentions. The king then affirmed that he could trust Tiny's words because he is a spiritualist with a pure soul. Since spiritualists and elementalists deal with the essence of mana and spirits, they are natural enemies of the cult, and therefore are labeled as good people. However, Tiny remembered a spiritualist from his past life who was a complete bum. Then the king asked if he could ask a favor. He wanted to send Tiny to be a guard of the sanctuary. Since Tiny agreed, the king credited him for defeating the followers. But since the ceremony was urgent, he appointed Tiny as a knight. The protector of the sacred relics before leaving. Tiny said he still had something to discuss. He mentioned a man named Hustle, who was involved in this case and wanted to know if the king knew anything from the king's expression. It seemed he had some information on the matter. The king even asked if Tiny was sure about this. Tiny replied that it was a fifth circle mage who said this before going. Kaboom! Hearing this, the king asked Tiny to leave, saying he still needed to think a bit about the matter. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea we see a mage, kneeling cursing a bum because the person keeping him imprisoned is Hustle. The next day Tiny introduced himself to the knights. Everyone already knew that he had dealt with the worshippers. One knight made such a bizarre introduction of Tiny that no one understood anything, mentioning stories of knights who still hadn't left their diapers, and things like that. Tiny even remembered asking the king if everything was alright, and if there would be no opposition. The king had said not to worry, as the Koran army had guarded the relic for hundreds of years. However, guarding a relic that serves only as a symbol seems like a tedious task, meaning it is a job for a bunch of failed individuals without a future. And even if there is external resistance, here within the unit the story is different. So he called over the Baldy who was next to him. I know it, he said, that in that unit there was a hierarchy. However, in this hierarchy, who ends up scaring everyone is the big wolf, but Tiny knows nothing about that. If it's about burning a worshipper, he will surely do it. Besides, the others are also ready to take responsibility. Just by seeing Tiny like that, the unit went silent, complete with salutes. At that moment, someone arrived asking if Tiny was the elementalist who defeated the worshippers. This someone was the sanctuary guard, Captain Truman. Tiny responded, saying that it was an honor to meet him, while taking a closer look and realizing that the old man was just a specialist. Truman then said he had heard about why Tiny volunteered and asked if he was interested in divine artifacts. Tiny, already preparing to pull out his club, thought that the old man was part of the worshippers. However, since he was genuinely interested, he ended up being taken to the library because he had spoken with the right person. As Truman explained everything, Tiny realized that there were people who said that divine artifacts were nothing but symbols, whose purpose was to repel evil creatures functioning within a 1-kilometer radius, not to mention that they hardly managed to block demonic energy above level 1. However, the more you study, the more you realize there are something beyond that. Truman then recommended several books for Time to learn about the relics. Reflecting, Tiny thought he almost hammered the wrong nail, as he initially believed Truman was a worshipper. After listening to the old man speak for a long time, Truman invited Tiny to follow him, saying he would see a divine artifact in person. Inside the castle, Truman asked Tiny if he knew why the sanctuary guards were considered useless. Tiny responded asking if it was because they were guarding a worthless object. But Truman said the reason was even simpler. He then showed the divine artifact Humanitas. There are some legends about it that say the unworthy cannot touch it. Truman suggested that Tiny touch the artifact. At that moment everything began to shine, as the artifact was a mass of light that did not harm anything at all, and its power rejected everything that was not of this world. Meanwhile, Tyin began to hear something. His body became enveloped in that energy. He asked the old man if the barrier was also an artifact. Truman, almost having a panic attack, was surprised because Tiny was communicating with the artifact. After that, Truman commented that the boy had a talent for surprising people. Even though he had been there for years, he had never seen anything like it. Tiny noticed that although Truman was not strong, he was a good person who loved his job. Very different from the other members of the unit. However, up ahead, the knight Greg Simbo appeared. Truman asked what he was doing there, but Greg, completely rude, replied that he did not come for Truman, but rather for the so-called holy half-elf. He charged in all crazy, saying he would unmask Tiny. As Tiny expected something like that, he dodged, grabbed the knight's arm, and wham! The knight face planted on the ground. Even after taking a hit like that, the guy continued cursing Tiny, so Tiny replied, "Oh, is that how it is? Let's play a bit more," and there went the knight's spine, breaking all over the place. The old man was astonished by such strength, while a madman up top thought this was interesting. Soon after, another knight introduced himself. It was Robert from the Order of Imperial Knights, and he came to confront Tiny. Wanted to know if Tiny was really strong, but slap in the face and goodbye. Then came Tan and Edgar, and each of them was shaken up in the arena. Then a blond boy appeared, the commander of the Order of Knights. He fought with an axe but was thrown far away, with Tiny saying, "At least you are someone useful." After the fight, Tiny did the commander a favor and asked if he knew a guy named Hustle. In the end, none of the knights he asked knew anyone named Hustle. Just then, another person arrived saying that it was impressive just by looking at the crazy guy. Tiny realized that he might be a beginner challenger. This was Leon von Peterson, the Grandmaster of the Imperial Knights. He came to invite Tiny for a duel, saying he wanted to end the boredom and share some information about Hustle. Tiny, thinking about this, got all excited because only an idiot would refuse such a proposal. As soon as the duel began, Tiny came in full force, hammering away. After a contest of strength, he went to the ground and tried to trip Leon. But it didn't work because the commander had the stone attribute. The commander from above commented that the kid was really fun with that. Tiny backed off, surprised by the defensive skill of the challenger class lion, then said he would go back on his promise to take it easy and charge at Tiny. Competing in strength, the two crossed weapons in Tiny advance, thinking that his opponent's skill was very good and he himself needed to pick up a tip from that guy Leon. Defending everything, said that Tiny was not just a genius, but a monster in combat. He managed to hit Tiny in the arm, but the commander stomped the ground, messing up Tiny's balance and sending him flying. "This battle is already good," said Lion. Since it was a fun fight, Lion decided to give Tiny the information he promised. He spoke about a man named Littman, who belonged to the Order of Knights, but only took orders from the king. Even though they wandered through various places, Littman might know this Hustle guy. Just then a guard came running because the king was urgently calling for Tiny. In the hall, the king announced, "This is the man you were looking for, a specialist from the eastern route, Sir Littman." It was the same guy Lion had mentioned to Tiny just 2 seconds ago. Littman then greeted Tiny, asking if he was looking for him. Tiny, trying to disguise his surprise, replied that he wanted to visit the east one day. The king interrupted and said not to leave immediately, as you must keep his promise. Tiny took a look at Littman and his manner seemed clean again and noticed something different, like a beast in human form. He remembered what the redhead had said, that Hustle seemed like the name of an orc or giant, and believed there must be some connection. The king then ordered Littman to help Tiny eradicate the worshippers. Littman mentioned that he had Sergei's mission, but the king authorized him to cancel it, stating that eliminating the threats was the priority with no options left. Littman reluctantly accepted the order. When night fell, Tiny went to talk to the king. He mentioned that Littman didn't seem to be a follower, but it was still important to keep an eye on him for a while. The reason Tiny hadn't mentioned this earlier was because of the mana oath they had taken, an oath that created a discharge of lightning. Knowing this, Tiny asked why the king was suspicious. "This is Littman, seen loyal for decades." The king explained that the blood of Karan, upon reaching a certain age, begins to have a strange foresight, a dream in which the relic disappears and demons destroy the capital. While he had that dream, Tiny appeared out of nowhere, saying that the relic could disappear. At that moment, Tiny felt something strange. Littman had left the palace. Tiny ran after him along with his lunar wolf, trying to understand why, if it's what he's thinking. He just needs to gather the evidence. The docks where the vagabonds were loading boxes onto the ship, Littman arrived. Everyone greeted him as Lord Hustle. They had expected him to arrive the next day, but there was a setback. king and sent a boy after him. Hustle told the guys to shut up and get ready to leave. But at that moment, their boat exploded with Tiny on top, asking what those worshippers were up to. He then jumped down attacking everyone. Hustle commented that Tiny could be a follower of God and should already be exhausted. After all that movement, he ordered his men to attack, believing that Tiny was out of mana. Seeing this, Hustle himself charged at Tiny. Tiny dodged, throwing Hustle's sword arm away, but Hustle drew another sword that was strapped to his waist. He defended with just the strength of his hand while shouting for the lunar wolf to attack Hustle from behind. It worked because he made a deep cut in Hustle's waist. The guy furious said he would shatter Tiny and Kamar Wolf with both swords. However, he managed to return close to Tiny because to minimize mana consumption, he only recovered the wounded part, and for that reason, Hustle must finish him off today. The men charged at Tiny, but he hammered everyone down. Since it was time to fight the luminescent beast man, the scene then showed the castle before Tiny left. The king had commented that Litman was a man full of stories because the wolf beasts inherited powers from terrestrial animals, but sometimes mutants are born. However, the wolf beasts kill the child immediately. Once the king encountered a mutant who somehow survived and hid his identity. Since he needed the ability, he swore by his mana to keep the identity a secret. Therefore, if that man is an enemy, never fight near the ocean because he himself controls the water, as this guy is a mutation of a killer whale. The guy came attacking with water on his sword and Tiny dodges. His aura weapon was getting stronger with the water, but Tiny didn't give up and charge in with the wolf, competing in strength as the battle dragged on. Reinforcements must be arriving. Then Hustle jumped out of the water, transforming, saying he would postpone Tiny's death. Vagabond began to flee across the ocean. The wolf showed a skill to walk through the skies, but Tiny still couldn't do that, until they reached a cave, saying that the wizard Tsunami was perfect this time, while the old bearded man cursed him. Then Hustle was throwing some punches, while wondering what this monster was going to do. He knew that if they let him go, this precious one would send a telepathic message to his mother, and if they killed Mommy, she would know immediately. Then it would just be a matter of time until Corona was destroyed. So if he wanted to save his hometown, he needed to put in more effort. The guy said he was going to receive divine punishment, but Hustle, furious, replied that he had already received that, and this would only be a settling of scores. And as they left, the old man kept saying he wouldn't let that lunatic's wish come true. Returning to the palace, the report was confirmed. All the sailors were worshippers, and the cargo contained things used for magical rituals. The total value would be something like half of the kingdom's provisions for a year. The king was already regretting it because Hustle had said he would show how the mutants could also contribute to the world. In the end, he asked Tiny how they lost Hustle, and if he had any other method to find the followers. Tiny Man suggested that if His Majesty could help with something, it would surely work. The next day, Hustle appeared to talk to a redhead that happened about the worshippers, which was hard even for him to identify, since he didn't possess any demonic energy. He was just someone working with the worshippers. He was surprised that Tiny charged in immediately, as he had long wanted to show the potential of the Black Wings. Then Tiny, smiling, asked if he still had another chance, because His Majesty ordered him to collect all the remaining artifacts. So if he truly was part of the Black Wings, he must have at least one specialist in magic tracking. While Tiny was there, he asked, "Where's the wizard?" "Where's the wizard?" He said that, unfortunately, that would be very difficult, as they had tried before, but those guys were so cautious that they got rid of all evidence. Therefore, our young Tiny's work was in vain. But still, that wasn't entirely true, as he had brought many of them, and this wasn't a quantity without reason, because ordering such a quantity could only mean they were going to a ceremony, and if Corona was to be burned at once, they would be picky about the magical items, but with different ingredients. At least 3 and at most 10 ingredients are needed to make a single ritual. However, getting that quantity takes a good amount of time. If there's a store in Koran that sells all of this at once, they would clearly go to that place. And the guy from the back can bring food because the redhead wanted him to try the restaurant's most popular dish, roasted chicken with vegetables. Tiny wanted to peel it off to focus on the mission, but after the first bite, he had to eat it all as it was so delicious. And now they were going to start hunting these demons. 2 months later, a hooded figure was asking another if that place was safe. And based on the boss's history, he probably did this for money and they should use their time wisely. Then when they entered, who was the owner? A redhead in disguise. Then the hooded figure started asking for everything on this list. Seeing this happen, the 2 months of hard work were paying off while the guys were whispering, questioning whether it would be safe. Because the first elder told them to take care of this, until a guy appeared saying it was a very interesting story. It was the elder of the caboclos himself, who came to give them a talking to for failing. He tried to say he checked the identity, but he was charred in front of everyone. The elder arrived, saying he was a bit intrigued, because the chronological order was a big coincidence. Then he used an unknown magic on the redhead. After a while, Tiny found him passed out in the shop, asking what happened. In fact, he was lucky, as the elder saw that he hadn't used any trace of mana, so his suspicions about him being an infiltrator were already gone, and he was handing over the money while saying he was paying enough for him to bring some things. If dare to speak about what happened, he was screwed, and since he didn't have mana, that was a luck that only then Tiny, seeing that he left traces of the attack, thought about calling in a magic tracking specialist. But before that, the redhead would like to check one thing, because this was more dangerous than he thought, since he had the same feeling as when he was trained by the Duke, the aura of a superhuman. Maybe this guy was on the same level as a seventh circle wizard. But no matter how dangerous that was, Tiny was going to make it work, and with that the redhead said he trusted him. Then a month later, Tiny monitored the movements of the worshippers. In a few days, on a nearby island, they would hold a grand ritual, and so they were going to invade the scene, along with the Black Wings. Since he transmitted this information to the royal family, the king would also send reinforcements. Then our smiling grandpa appeared, chatting with Tiny. Finally, a few days later, the day for the operation arrived. A group of knights descended, saying that the main members were absent and therefore they couldn't miss the opportunity, because that night they were going to steal the relic. But for everyone's bad luck, Tiny was waiting for them down below, since by their behavior it was pretty obvious what was going to happen. He's almost surprised, because he didn't expect the Grandmaster Truman to be there, and he tells them to explain themselves. Then the rude crowd responds, saying he's just an outsider who knows nothing about the captain to be speaking like that. After all, the captain trained numerous royal knights. He was the one who reformed the kingdom's order of knights, but ended up with the sole and miserable job of guarding a relic that's useless. Tiny asks if he was a member of the order. Back then, Truman says he realized his limits early on, as one of his companions was an unparalleled genius. After coming to terms with this situation, he sought merits through relentless training. And what did he gain after all that hard work? A barony without land and only a transfer notice. Totally unfair. The current king did nothing about it, and back then Sir Littman was the only one who extended a hand to him. Littman, who had also been neglected due to his origin, showed Truman a new life goal, a world that valued knowledge, not just individual strength. And that became their dream, to create a new kingdom. Tiny, in disbelief, asks how, seeing that this only makes Truman an accomplice to the worshippers. But as it's too late to turn back, Truman orders his men to attack. To be honest, that's better for Tiny. He immediately jumps in, roughing up the 4 of them, because he's ready for this. Seeing this, Truman grows furious as all his men lie defeated on the ground. Truman then grabs something from a bag and hurls it at Tiny, who bats it away, but from within The slime begins to ooze out and transforms first. An arm stretches out, then seconds. Later, an enormous creature emerges roaring. Truman, meanwhile, is in shock, because he thought it was a divine artifact. The creature grabs him and starts squeezing from above. Watching this, Tiny jumps in, landing a solid stamp on the creature's arm. To pry it off, Truman asks why, but Tiny demands to know where he got that. Truman says he actually received it from Littman, the very one who got him into this mess, and told him to use it in a risky situation. But while Tiny is talking, the beast is attempting to absorb itself into the sacred barrier, so Tiny tells Truman to stay put because they still have a lot to discuss. Tiny then charges forward, landing a punch that sends the creature's stomach flying. He hammers again, but the creature tries to rush towards the artifact. Then, on a small island, they spot the worshippers. As it seems, the ritual is also being carried out on other islands. The red-haired knight says it's a large-scale concealment spell. Unsure of its purpose, he scatters some powder over the magic circle. Since they're using a concealment spell, their true goal must be Karun. That's why Tiny is in danger. Back to Tiny, he sprints at top speed, knocking the creature down at the last minute. He then lands a crushing blow on its head, but even so the beast still gets up screaming. He jumps in again, landing a powerful punch, breaking the creature's face once and for all, thinking that he didn't know a creature like that could move within the sacred barrier. That's why the worshippers must be using higher class magic than he imagined. But as he pauses to look, he realizes Truman has disappeared. Tiny and his wolf followed the blood trail, and somehow, despite his wounds, Truman managed to walk quite a bit. Now he's in the city sewers, where he faces a door shrouded in magic. Truman approaches but ends up sitting on the ground, realizing that creature was a monster and doubting if he or Tiny could have defeated it. He sits there, questioning if this was really what he wanted. He sacrificed his subordinates for an absurd dream. Even the sacred relic had brought him comfort, so perhaps this really is the end. At that moment, Tiny arrives, thanking Truman for still being awake. Truman is shocked to see him there. Is he reacting this way because he's alive, or because Tiny found the secret passage he hidden with magic? No one would think he creates such a place beneath the capital. He just laughs, saying this truly is the end, but not quite, as there's still an interrogation to come. Tiny asks what they plan to do, and the only thing he knows is to remember suck. And as soon as he said that, Truman ended up going down. Tiny thinks that if it weren't for those choices, Truman might have had a different end. Just then the wolf alerts him that there's a strong mana coming from behind that door. When Tiny kicks it open, he finds the mage of the waves, who has also fallen. As he turns to the side, he sees a quirk and hatchling. Apparently it's also dead, but at that moment he starts to see things. The memories start entering his mind through the remaining magic of the mage of the waves, who was trying to protect Karen even after his death. Then from above, he senses a dark energy approaching, and this much energy must mean it's a glutton-level creature. He has to hurry and check the two spells. He begins channeling his mana into the first spell, which stops working, but from within, a light echoes into the sky. The king sees this from the castle, astonished, as this was the symbol of gale in the sky, revealing news of the kraken. Even the king, terrified because his dream is now set to come true. Just then the king's son arrives, saying they have a problem. A massive tsunami is heading toward the city. To sound the maximum alert. While the king thinks that if it really is the kraken, not even the power of the relic will be able to stop it. He wonders if this might truly be the end of Corinne. But just then, Tiny arrives, asking if he's already given up. The chubby one tries to say that Tiny has no permission, but the man he's carrying is the mage of the waves, fought until the end to protect Quran, and since he's dead, the last pillar that protected Quran has been destroyed. But they still have hope because he left something. The shield that will save Quran. The king's son asks, "That's serious?" While the king himself says that even if the mage had a plan, this would be the end of Karun. He explains that this sacred relic while able to contain ordinary monsters could not stop a creature of high ranking. Demonic power like the Kraken, the sun insists, saying that the Kraken is just a myth and questions if the king really believes that tsunami is happening because of it. Tiny in the background intervenes. No, your majesty, the sacred relic will work to understand this. We must remember the promise of the mythological era. He explains that according to the sage, this sacred relics are a treasure of humanity, passed down from generation to generation. Since ancient times, the Kraken, a divine creation of the gods, would be under the relic's effect, unable to break through the sacred barrier. King thoughtfully agrees that makes sense. Since the Kraken is different from other monsters, it might actually work. Then he orders all the people to gather inside the palace immediately, and asks to call all the mages who might help contain the tsunami. The sun questions, Father, can so many people fit in here? But the king insists that if necessary they should pack the palace, and if there's no more room, should take the people to the ships. Thus the servants run to do whatever they can. The imperial family arranges the necessary resources to evacuate everyone, leaving no one behind. At that moment, an alarmed knight arrives with bad news. All the ships at the port have been destroyed. Down at the port there are two mages who are likely responsible for the destruction of the ships, blocking all exits from Karun. One of the mages asked the other about the invisibility magic circle, and mentions that a knight approached the barrier, after which they lost contact with the rest of their companions. One of the mages, visibly annoyed, realized that the imperial family is beginning to expect something and orders all possible reinforcements sent to buy time. He smiles, saying that facing a challenger within the sacred barrier might be difficult even for him, but that, as a knight of the barrier, he would have an advantage. In another scene, a gathering of hooded figures discusses the final plan. They intend that amid the chaos all the residents will leave without a chance to escape the massive tsunami. The imperial mages had used up all their power trying to contain the disaster. Meanwhile, they planned to use the disaster to destroy the imperial family's bloodline and cut off the power of the sacred relic, bringing destruction to Karun. Much time has passed, their leader says, and finally, we are here to spread the name of Malum across the world. 2 days later, Tin, noticing that people looked exhausted, spoke with the king, who also appeared worn out. Tin suggested he take a rest, but at that moment he felt a sharp pain in his head and fell to the ground. A familiar energy filled the atmosphere. Look, Mom, the water's rising, said a child, pointing. The seawater was rising, revealing a monstrous limb emerging toward the city of Korin. The Kraken, ruler of the depths, the one with the power to decide Karen's fate, had finally appeared. People fled in panic as the Kraken destroyed everything around. Knights and mages murmured in disbelief that the myth of the Kraken was indeed true. At this moment, Tin approached with a large sack on his back and called for the king. This was the great legacy of the Mage of the Waves. Herman. Tin called for the lunar wolf and began leaping through the skies, promising to take care of the problem. The king then remembered the words of the Mage of the Waves, who in his final moments had apologized, wishing this humble gift could be a testament to his devotion to the country, hoping it would save Koran. Now we see Tin soaring through the sky with the Kraken hatchling on his back. He thought, we need to use this to stop the massive beast heading our way. Tin rushed forward with the lunar wolf, realizing he was still too far, and wondered if there was a way to approach the monster. He then remembered the lunar wolf's leap, capable of crossing the sky, and felt a surge of energy. It was time to use the third stage of the spirit tamer, the power bond. Tin and his wolf advanced, leaping through the air, feeling an incredible sensation as they neared the monster. As they got closer, the Kraken let out an ear-splitting roar, forcing Tin and the lunar wolf to cover their ears. Even so, they continued dodging the creature's colossal limbs. Tin wondered if the Kraken thought he had defeated its offspring. He kept speeding up faster and faster, recalling the words of the Mage of the Waves, the Kraken. The less intelligent than the legend suggests, should be able to recognize who had attacked its young. Tin then pulled the hatchling from his back and hurled it toward the Kraken's head, hoping it would work. For a moment it seemed the monster had calmed down, but it quickly exuded an aura of rage and struck with its massive limb, hitting Tin and the lunar wolf. It lost their balance and began to fall, but amid the descent a familiar voice told Tin to relax. Someone caught him in their arms, dodging the Kraken's limbs. Tin realized it was Master James in disguise, who had come at the Emperor's command. After landing safely, Tin asked James about his mission, but James reassured him the Emperor had sent him his backup, although he was in disguise. James was a young knight of challenger rank, mastering 2 elements, wind and ice, the silver aura. He demonstrated his strength and unique skill. James noted that the beast seemed to have calmed down suddenly and asked if Tin thought there was any reason for this, and then realized that the Kraken's last attack wasn't aimed at them but rather at the cultist on the ground. The Mage of the Wave strategy was working. However, the Kraken soon let out a furious roar again. Tin was confused since there were no more cultists nearby, and he quickly asked James what happened with the magic circle. James explained that it was a synchronized magic circle containing demonic energy, and Surge had destroyed most of them. Tin then understood the cultist's true goal, the sacred relic focusing all his mana. He activated his hawk eyes and along with the lunar wolf began searching for the relic's location. He then saw 2 hooded figures heading toward the castle where the relic was kept. Tin and the lunar wolf immediately leaped, determined to protect the relic, so the promise of the mythological era would remain intact. Meanwhile, the guards protecting the relic were on high alert. One of them commented on the noise coming from outside, but another assured him that the perimeter around the castle was secure and that if they protected this area it would be enough. 2 hooded figures entered the castle, and the guards immediately assumed defensive positions. The hooded figures commented that the effects of the consummate magic had been released due to the sacred relic's power. The relic began exuding an intense energy as if preparing to repel intruders. With that, they used magic against the guardian knights, launching those in front into the air. James,
Standing beside Tin,
asked how much longer it would take to reach the relic. Tin replied that they were close. At that moment, more cultists appeared, blocking the way. James went ahead, assuring he would handle this group. In a swift movement he passed through the cultists who, startled, were thrown aside by the impact. Tin watched in admiration as the speed and power of James, the Northern Wind Knight, were truly impressive. He kept running, wondering if the cultist would actually be able to touch the relic. Tin believed they shouldn't even be able to approach the barrier, but he had a suspicion. Maybe they weren't part of the cult, as he had seen a similar situation before, which made everything even more unsettling, judging by the chaos they caused. His power could be just the beginning of the worst-case scenario. At that moment, James told Tin to look up, and there was Lord Lion descending and asking what happened to everyone. At the same instant, a tail from the Kraken swung in a direction. Tin saw a blue glow ahead and realized it was the cultists who had taken the sacred relic and its core. This was why the Kraken attacked that location. The promise of the mythological era had been broken. James confirmed that this was certainly the worst possible scenario, as besides the Kraken's 7 circle dark mages were now in front of them. The cultist leader laughed, stating that Tim and the others had returned faster than he expected, and that the combination of Morse descendants and 2 challenger rank knights was intriguing. He then began to exude his power, threatening to defeat everyone there at once. At that instant, a black bolt was launched at Tin, but James leaped to defend him with his sword, while Lion joined the defense. However, the attack was so powerful they struggled to hold it back. Tin realized they wouldn't last long and would need to get the sacred relic no matter what. When he looked again, the relic had already disappeared, as one of the cultists had grabbed it and fled without hesitation. Tin and his lunar wolf leaped in pursuit. The cultist leader, watching from a distance, said he wouldn't just stand by watching and prepared another attack, but at the same moment James vanished and reappeared beside the dark mage blocking the attack with his sword. The other cultists were impressed as James was directly challenging a seventh circle dark mage. Suddenly James used his style valiant sword, Song of the Frozen Blades, to cut through the dark mage's spell. He remembered an instruction from his master. For the sake of humanity, you must protect this boy. After the slash, he returned to the ground, facing the dark mage and taunting, your opponent is me. Don't forget it. The dark mage laughed, saying they were wasting their lives by fighting him. Meanwhile, Tin raced through the sky with a lunar wolf, trying to catch up to the cultist with the relic. On the ground, the dark mage began to radiate his power. Questioning if they were truly strong, he then launched new black bolts toward the two knights. James deflected them with his sword and then used a ground strike against the mage, but the villain laughed, calling the attempt futile, countering with a spell that nullified James' attack. While the dark mage laughed, a powerful energy emerged behind him. James, with his sword imbued with cyclones, struck the dark mage, sending him flying. And one of the knights, watching the battle, commented that he hadn't expected Tin to have such a powerful ally. The bald dark mage stood up, again realizing that James was using ice and wind, characteristic elements of the Knight of Valencia, and laughed upon discovering James' identity. The dark mage raised his hand and announced to thank you for coming. You will die by my hands. At that instant, a massive attack appeared in the sky, and as he lowered his hand, all that energy descended toward the ground. James realized he wouldn't be able to block the attack head on and leaped to the side, dodging the surrounding explosion. But before the dark mage could attack, again he felt an energy behind him. One of the kraken's tentacles struck his head, throwing him far away. Meanwhile, Tin continued his pursuit of the cultist, shouting, "Damn you, I'll catch you." He then saw the cultist leap into the sea. Tin looked down and realized he had jumped into the ocean, thinking if he jumped into the sea unsolved, this must be down there in the sea. The cultist taunted Tin, asking if he really wanted to fight in the ocean. Tin then prepared to jump, trusting in the lunar wolf and his nimble footing, creating small whirlwinds. He challenged the cultist to a fight, promising to make that ocean the villain's grave. The cultist launched water tornadoes toward Tin, who broke them apart with the force of his hammer. Surprised, the cultist stared at Tin in astonishment. Now he truly found himself in trouble. He observed Tin from above, wondering how he had learned to do something like that, but there was no more time to think, as now it was his turn. Tin charged forward as the adversary prepared his two swords and dodged the attacks, sweeping through the sky from all sides until he reached the center of the water, where one of the strikes caused him to sink. Sensing the danger of continuing the fight, there the opponent transformed into a massive whale and dove underwater, taking the relic's core in his mouth too. However, he had an anticipated Tin, who pursued him and quickly emerged with his hammer, striking and flinging him far away. Tin then took hold of the relic. Even so, Mr. Big Whale wasn't about to give up so easily. However, Tin wasn't willing to give him another chance. In an instant, he appeared above the whale's head, slammed down hard with his famed thunderstrike. After defeating him, Tin remembered that he needed to stop the kraken, who was already destroying the city. He knew he wouldn't be able to return the relic to its place in time, and Karam was on the verge of ruin. So before the worst could happen, he decided to face the kraken. Tin saw the immense energy surrounding the kraken, which almost made his head explode from the pressure. He lifted the seal and begged the creature, beast of the ancestral era, please stop attacking the city. So many innocent lives are being destroyed because of this. The kraken responded coldly that it didn't matter, as its mission was to exterminate all evil in the world. Without the relic, he was not breaking the contract. By eliminating some humans, Tin shouted that he couldn't do this and pleaded for him to stop the kraken, then gave him a searing look, asking if Tin really wanted to endure the pain of losing a child as he himself had. With immense Rage the Kraken unleash a devastating energy, and Tin felt both the fury and sorrow of the monster determined. Tin promised that he would find the true culprit behind the death of the offspring and pleaded with the Kraken to believe him and halt the attack. The giant creature declared that with Tin's abilities, this would be impossible, but Tin shouted that he would make it happen. No matter what, the Kraken then gave a sign of approval, stating that he would lend Tin his power to ensure the mission's success. Back in the other battle, Knight Janus stood up asking if he was all right. He commented that when the Kraken's tentacle almost hit him, he thought his end was near. The other knight smiled, saying he had good news. They then looked ahead and saw that the cultist leader, the bald vagabond, was trying to get up, muttering that those insects wouldn't give up. In rage, he activated his maximum power, deciding to finish them off once and for all. The cultist spread his demonic energy across the area, declaring that he would burn them alive. But at the moment when he seemed unbeatable, the Kraken's tentacle came down again, smashing him into the ground. He was stunned, realizing that the Kraken had attacked him for the third time and that it couldn't be a coincidence. The monster was specifically targeting him. The knights realized that the Kraken was focusing its energy solely on the cultist. The dark mage himself didn't understand why he was suffering damage from his own demonic energy until suddenly he exploded in a burst of light in the sky. Residual energy and I'm in the air was harmless to the heroes, as the Kraken knew exactly who the true enemy was. Before exploding, the cultist attempted one last attack, and a monstrous tree with gigantic seeds appeared in the sky. The plant advanced for the two knights, but passed them directly, showing that its true target was the dark mage's body. The monstrous tree quickly devoured him. While the knights watched, utterly confused, the creature turned, casting a menacing look at them. Sir Lion prepared to strike, and with a powerful blow cut through the roots that threatened them, they fell to the ground with Lion, saying that they couldn't allow that thing to advance toward the castle as it could seal everyone's fate. They ran to the castle and upon opening the doors, were shocked at what they saw. All the knights inside the castle were in a state of confusion, unsure of what was happening, while at the top a figure watched the scene. In the knights' minds there was no other desire but to fight to their last breath. The other stated that it was an order from the great man. He pounded his hand on the wood in frustration, because his grand work had been ruined by those people. Nonetheless, he believed they could at least achieve one of the objectives they had in mind. The bald man then opened the door and ordered that they do whatever was necessary against the innocent soldiers, that no one would stand in his way. Everyone grew tense as Lord Lion stated that this was the place where the Emperor was, and for that reason, he would summon all this power to protect the royal family in danger. The knights, like zombies, advanced to attack, and the captain still tried to ask Lion to go easy on his men, but immediately Lion struck with such force that one knight was hurled against the wall, left badly injured. James, surprised, asked Lion, "Weren't you going to take it easy?" Lion explained that he used the blunt side of the sword, so the knight would survive. Determined, Lion pressed on, bravely carving a path toward the Emperor. James thought to himself, so that's what he calls going easy. Inside of the hall, the dark mage held one of the knights and flung him into the air. Even under attack, the knight shouted for his majesty to flee. However, the bald one, all smug, laughed, saying he should at least introduce himself to the precious royal family. The king, unwavering, confronted him, saying, "So was you behind all of this?" The villain, with disdain, confirmed, adding that as a reward for discovering his secret, you would end Kum's royal bloodline that very day. At that moment a voice echoed, cutting through the air, "Before that, the one who will fall is you." It was Lord Janus who lunged at the villain. The bald one, smirking with disdain, said that attacks wouldn't work against him, but didn't notice Leon was right behind him. Then Leon struck a blow to the adversary's back, telling the Emperor that they would end this quickly. The bald one, still smiling, found the situation amusing and without hesitation lunged once more, saying that this would only Add 2 more bodies to his list. He seemed invincible. He had been trampled, devoured by the monster plant, and now slash across the back yet continued to rise with a dark energy, proclaiming that he was the death of all. Lien was amazed at such strength. He looked back, realizing that even if he managed to dodge the emperor and prince, would not. So he raised the valiant sword before him and declared that he would protect the royal family no matter the cost. To then faced the attack head on. Lion recalled the past, when the emperor appointed him leader of the Imperial Knights Corps. Now on the ground, Lion regretted letting his guard down. He thought that if he were stronger, he could have won. But at that moment the emperor appeared behind him, saying not to give up, for even he who had made mistakes had never given up. Lion tried to argue that the emperor shouldn't strain himself to recover him. On the other side of the room, James shouted not to forget about him, as it was thanks to him they were still there. He was indignant at the thought of being used as a shield, considering that he was there to help. A smile. Liam promised to repay James for his help later, but first they needed to deal with that villain. Above them the bald one began concentrating more energy in his hands, and James said they only had one chance. He would try to break the magic while Lion advanced. Termin, he announced, Valencia fencing Gina style. Second ability, he began launching several sword slashes and charged to face the dark mage's powerful attack. The background music brought a sense of madness. While the mage cornered thought it was impossible. His magic was breaking at that moment. He noticed something else. Behind him, Lien advanced with his Empire swordsmanship and unleashed the final skill, the stone thunder, and the villain against the wall. The prince looked over, asking if it was finally over, while the emperor collapsed to the ground. Genius, watching from afar, murmured a curse, realizing that all they had done was expel the mage from that body. But obviously, the mage had escaped. The bald Sarato tried to flee, leaping through the air, relying on his magic. Like he made a mistake, Tin was flying right there, ready to intercept him. In his memory, Tin recalled the power of the relic form, a cube around the mage capable of containing part of his magic. The villain, irritated, raised one of his hands, the only one remaining, and declared that it meant nothing to him. Tin just laughed as the lunar wolf leaped before him. The mage was terrified to see Tin advancing toward him, wielding the Iron God's armor. At that moment, Tin jumped off the lunar wolf, and with his iron body, descended with full force to crush the mage's head. The enemy's magic was shattered and Tin went straight on the offensive. The lunar wolf mounted Tin again and launched itself at the villain, landing a blow right to his stomach, making him spit blood. Tin thought he was weaker than the last time, but soon noticed a strange magic being conjured by the mage. The villain spoke mercilessly. "This time I'm going to make you burn in the most painful way possible." In anger, he unleashed his first spell against Tin, who realized his defenses wouldn't hold up. He drew the relic and began to concentrate his power, ready to use the anomaly that the relic had taught him. Even amidst the attack, he shouted, focusing on the relic's power. Above him, the villain laughed, thinking he had won since his spell had struck Tin. But to his surprise, the relic was still intact, compressing the barrier around Tin and the lunar wolf. The villain mocked, "You're just a specialist." Tin, however, saw an opening and advanced with his hammer, striking the villain directly in the ribs. He jumped away, observing whether the attack had worked. However, the bald one grabbed Tin's arm with a look of hatred, but Tin was smiling. That was because the Kraken was coming to help. The villain tried to flee into the air, but Tin grabbed his leg and said, "Where do you think you're going, you scoundrel?" Right after the Kraken landed another blow, smashing the villain into the ground. It seemed they had finally won. Tim was falling exhausted, and without mana to summon the lunar wolf, but luckily, the Kraken caught him with one of his tentacles. From above, the Kraken thanked Tin for helping him ease his resentment, and Tin smiled, feeling relieved that, in the end, everything had worked out. The Kingdom of Calm announced the incident, informing that the realm had been in danger. Due to the invasion of the worshippers, the young hero, Tin was recognized for crushing the demon worshippers and returning the Kraken to the ocean. In gratitude, the king awarded him the title of Knight of the Radiant. 3 months later, Janice noticed that Tin seemed like a completely different person. Tin was stronger, almost unrecognizable, and Janice, surprised, commented that the juice really worked. Tin had grown so much in just 3 months. In truth, this was the result of his secret technique, fully focused on training. Even so, it was impressive how powerful he had become. As they walked, Janice remarked that the training grounds were quiet, but soon remembered that the coronation was approaching a grand occasion. So they both made their way to the ceremony, noting how the place had been completely restored after everything they had been through. Tiny even questioned whether he was sure he was ready to take a walk, since he had been injured quite a lot during the last battle. Though he had suffered from the rebounds after effects, he said he was fully healed and didn't need to lie down any longer. He recalled somewhat resentfully how Nightland had used him as a shield. Janice took the opportunity to ask one more thing. Tiny had drawn power from a sacred object using the body of a specialist class, and by doing so, ended up fighting someone of a much higher class. For this reason, he might have pushed his body to the limit. Tiny confessed that it felt as though his will and his movements were somewhat out of sync. Janice remarked that this was a side effect and suggested that he should rest. However, Tiny laughed, insisting that he was fully recovered, which left Janice impressed, thinking it would have been a serious injury. In truth, Tiny managed to get something back. He learned to use the power of the soul during the healing process as he filled the void with his own soul in the absence of mana. By coincidence, he acquired this power that reacts to mana but follows entirely different principles. This minimized the side effect of the fight, and above all, without spending mana. He was excited to discover such power, feeling that he had done well not to give up in that battle. This new power made the legend of the Aura Master who controls his own soul a reality. Relieved, Janice commented that it was great that he was well handed in the letter, wanting to note his decision on the next destination. The Emperor wished to send them immediately to 11, but Genius wanted to visit the imperial capital and participate in the Valencia celebration. He asked Tiny what he would do at that moment. News arrived of the second imminent disaster, the imperial family wedding. Tiny thought that 11 just an excuse from the Sword Emperor to get them away, since he knew that Janice might not survive the wedding. The Emperor preferred to keep him far. However, Tiny reflected that going to 11 wasn't a bad idea, since the third disaster would arise there, and it would also be where he would meet Esther. But before making any decision, Tiny felt grateful to Chloe, his savior and part of his family, who helped him so much. Knew that in the past, not even Genius could prevent disaster at the wedding, so he doubted that the event could go smoothly without them present. So he accepted the proposal and said they should head to the city. During the conversation, they remarked that the city's reconstruction was going well. Following the suggestion of the Radiant Knight, warnings were issued about the sacred object and the worshippers. It was a good time to wish safety and prosperity to Karam. That in the coronation ceremony for Prince Henry began, he knelt before his father, who declared how trustworthy he was. Lion he appeared in the background, relieving the Emperor and apologizing to Gas for what happened last time. Gas dismissed him with a "Get out of here, you miserable wretch," and asked Tiny if everything was going well. At that moment, Tiny heard a strange voice questioning why the northern wind. Lion was called the seventh deity, something he had never heard before, not even in his past life. Lion commented that people talked a lot about it, while Tiny wondered if there were other talented individuals besides him and Genius in that world. At the ceremony, the king finally passed the crown to his son, who expressed gratitude, saying he felt honored despite the weight of responsibility. He took the opportunity to thank the Radiant Knight. The great Tiny for his part thought he had already been rewarded by gaining the right to use a secret object. And with humility he bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have already been rewarded. For the royal family, however, this was still not enough. They then decided to bring a special item. The knights appeared carrying the artifact. The new king explained that although Tiny's body had grown rapidly and an ordinary suit of armor was no longer as useful, this gift would be even more valuable. It was the mana necklace, an artifact used by the legendary traveler king of Karam. Tiny was surprised and asked if they were truly giving it to him. New king explained that actually he would have liked to give him the transcendent armor, but it was considered a national treasure. Still, the mana necklace was extremely powerful with 6-circle magic embedded within it. Tiny was impressed, as he knew this kind of gift was an extraordinary gesture, given that a 7th circle armor would grant him superhuman strength. These treasures are so valuable that even the continent's 10 knights have rarely had the chance to use them, except for the Master of Arms, who is a special case. The former emperor reassured Tiny, telling him that even if he used up all the mana in the necklace, it would recover in a day. Tiny then bowed and accepted the honor, as the king placed the necklace around his neck, asking him to always remember them, and that Karam would always remember and cheer for him. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, shouting, Go Radiant Knight. Later in the city, Janice commented on the local people's generosity, while Tiny suggested that Janice should keep the necklace. Janice was astonished, saying it was an over-the-top gift. But Tiny insisted he hold onto the necklace until Tiny was truly ready to use it. Janice was pleased, realizing that Tiny wanted him to stay strong to accompany him to the place where he had died in his past life. Tiny intended to do everything the opposite way of what the Sword Emperor wanted. During the journey, Little White Hare asked if they would need to take a boat at the coast, but Tiny replied no and summoned his lunar wolf to save time and money as they mounted the wolf. Janice was terrified, preferring to swim rather than continue the trick like that. Tiny reminded him that the northern wolf master didn't mind riding the wolf, but it was true agony for others. Soon Janice was almost sick with fear as the wolf sped through the skies, until Tiny nudged him aside, avoiding a small disaster. After some time they arrived in a small town. The townspeople looked at the two of them strangely as they lay on the ground nearly breathless. Janice complained, feeling like he almost died, and suggested that next time it might be better to run a horse. That's when Tiny asked what was wrong, and Janice realized his wallet was missing. Upon searching, they found that both his wallet and Tiny's had fallen into the water during the flight. Janice apologized, blaming himself for what happened, but Tiny replied calmly that they could always earn more money. The young man didn't understand, but Tiny explained that in the city there were always money bags around for situations like that. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the city's alleys, where screams could be heard. Later that night they were outside the city. Tin was riding his wolf, commenting that the crazies they took money from had well-filled pockets. Now they would have provisions for a while. Janice joked, saying that if Tin continue with this behavior, his title of Radiant Knight could be tarnished. Tin responded without hesitation, criticizing bureaucracy and emphasizing that the important thing to keep moving forward as they rode. Tin thought that Janice was a bit too straight-laced, yet also an incredible person, with talent that would make him 3 times faster than an average knight. He felt more and more certain that bringing Janice along with him was the right decision. At that moment Tiny said, "Got you," and along with his wolf, leaped into the air, laughing at the situation. On the other side he turned to Ginas and asked, "Mr. Ginas, I want to know something. Before the ceremony, do you know anything about the second prince?" Ginas replied, "About the second prince, his reputation is good. Heard he is close to the heir apparent." This intrigued Tiny, as rumors in his past life claimed that the second prince had staged a coup, and both had died together. He wondered what was happening with the imperial Family. In the next scene, a castle atop a hill appeared, with something resembling a dragon above it. Inside, a child was in his mother's arms, who was saying that the Hair Prince was almost awake, telling him, "Sleep well, my son." She then asked the man behind her if the plan had not yet worked. This person was the second queen, Karsha, the man in the crystal ball, replied that he couldn't provide details, but assured her there was no need to worry about the results. The same masked figures when appeared earlier in the story. Queen Karkita commented on the failure in Karam, saying it had been a disaster. The man had tried to justify himself, but she looked at him threateningly, reminding him that they had planned this for years and had spent 3 months preparing every detail before executing it. Now hearing that the plan had failed made her doubt whether she should still trust them. The masked man smiled, responding that although she couldn't fully trust them, the agreement had already been made, and breaking it now would not be possible. He insinuated that she wanted to eliminate all rival lineages in Aslan. Kartia was surprised and asked if he was sure they could achieve the desired results. The masked man confirmed, while the little prince woke up and called for his mother. She mentioned that he would have a lesson, but he said, "Mother, I can't go. I'm only half Real, I don't have golden eyes." She then comforted him, telling him not to say things that would sadden her and that she hoped he would continue to grow well as he had been. Excited, the boy replied, "Mother, when I grow up and get as big as my brothers, I will carry you on my back and run through the palace." The queen smiled, saying, "Wow, my son. How confident you are, I believe in you." Meanwhile, the men by the crystal ball were talking. One of them remarked that Queen had finally understood something but called her very foolish. Another asked if there was no way to avoid this, even with preparation. The first elder was gravely injured and recovering, and they had lost other resources as well. One of the masked figures was furious, blaming Morse for all the problems. One asked what Morse was doing at that moment, and another replied that he seemed to be heading to Azyria. Another masked figure asked if that was where the grand project would take place. They concluded that it must be a coincidence, as he was apparently connected to Valencia. The central mass figure ordered everyone to be silent, and they obeyed, frightened, while he commanded them to continue monitoring Morse's movements but not to act. Not just yet. The priority would be to focus on the grand project, which could be carried out using the Blue Fox. In another scene, someone delivered reports to the prince, who thanked the messenger for coming. This was the second prince of the family, Lot van Aslan. He commented that it was time to work with a local intelligence group, something he used to do himself. The prince joked that it seemed a bit out of his profile to do such a thing, but he would certainly start talking about rules and ordering the people beneath him. His brother complained, to which Lot replied, okay, I'll stop." He then asked about the second queen and Tinel. He had received recent news from them. The second prince commented that it seemed their mother had called the leader of the knights. Again, he was still the leader of the royal knights troop, and Lot noted that this couldn't continue, reinforcing the need to strengthen the authority of the knights to avoid further interference. "I thought this might be due to the royal knights' disdain for politics, but then," he remarked, "that there's one more thing. Our mother still treats Tinel like a child, and he is already 14 years old." The prince stated he knew the reason Tinel acted like a child, which made the second prince curious, asking, "What do you mean?" The prince recalled an episode where once a child Tinel's age hit him with such a strong punch that he spun through the air several times. The second prince was shocked by the story and asked, "Hyun, how did you let such an arrogant little brat escape?" But he admitted it was his own fault, and that the boy had his reasons. Hey everyone, did you enjoy the story? I really liked it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys. The story begins by talking about the malevolent tower that descended from the skies. Known as the emissary of destruction, it appeared suddenly, and countless monsters emerged from it, spreading destruction. Wherever they went, humans had no hope of resisting. Against it, humanity was on the brink of extinction, until something finally happened. The first generation of awakened appeared. They are known as the Founders. With their abilities, they managed to suppress the monsters and prevent them from leaving the towers. At the end of the battle, the monsters were contained, and the towers were destroyed. After that phase, humanity experienced for the first time the taste of victory. Against the invaders, the Founders saved the world and were worshipped as heroes. The legacy was immortalized in the Founders' Mausoleum. A century after this battle, a boy named Minato loves reading stories about the legends of the Founders. He finds these works in the library. Wielding only a dry tree branch, the great swordsman sliced through an army of 10,000. With wisdom granted by the knowledge of magic, there's a mage capable of casting any kind of spell. In the present, these feats are already legends, or like a compilation of fairy tales about the Founders. But Minato is a dreamer who wants to make his mark on history with grand deeds. In his right hand there's a magic circle, the seal of the chosen ones. The mark had appeared on him, and with the mark he swears he will fulfill his dream just like the Founders. And don't forget to leave your mark by subscribing to the channel, so you don't miss the next part. Now at school, a teacher speaks to his students, congratulating them on their results. On his phone, Minato comes across the message that he had failed the exam to become a hunter. Two classmates say they are going to the class party to celebrate, and that he could go at least to clean up the trash. As an awakened, it is enough for you to write your name on the test to pass. But Minato has already failed the exam for the third consecutive time. The hallway joke is that he is a failure at the exam. He would only have 3 years to pass the test. This was his last chance. As things stand, he will never become a hunter, even though he aced the written test, and even though he trained his aura exhaustively. Even having the mark of the awakened on his hand, nothing worked out. He stares at the mark on his hand. Now it was just a scar and nothing more. Minato can't hide his frustration as tears run down his face, because he also wanted to be like the Founders. Suddenly, a classmate of Minato appears at the door, telling him he should hurry and go to the school gate as soon as possible. He quickly pulls himself together and says he had already forgotten about it. He sighs. Minato wishes, if it were possible, to be recognized and adored like that person is to the girls. He is amazing to the boys. He is everything. They want to be. The charismatic guy is Hisaki. A rank hunter, he briefly apologizes for causing such a commotion by being there. Minato arrives late, and soon two fools confront him for being tardy. It was unacceptable that he made such a revered person wait. Hisaki intervenes and tells them to stop. He's not there to reinforce bullying the weaker ones. The idiots try to make amends. Hisaki approaches them and more seriously asks if they see the reporters behind him. The fools quickly apologize to him. One of the reporters approaches him and says that this was the school Hisaki attended, and that they couldn't wait to start filming that documentary. With a photo in his hands, he said he'd like to use it as the cover of the documentary. That photo was of him defeating a dragon with a single slash of his sword. He asks Hisaki what he thinks of this idea. Hisaki responds embarrassed. It was a good photo, but it made him a bit ashamed. Hisaki entered the academy 3 years ago along with Minato, but he was a notorious genius who achieved top marks and practically everything he was evaluated on. Besides that, during the time they spent together, he was a massive clown. He bullied Minato incessantly. In other words, he was just a jerk, pretending to be something he's not. Minato can't believe he'll have to spend the whole day with him for the documentary production. He sees no purpose in it at all. The cameraman asks who the person behind Hisaki is. Hisaki says he wants to introduce someone who also joined the academy with him in the same year, but he forgot the guy's name. A guy whispers in his ear that his name is Minano. Then Hisaki exclaims, "That's right, the trash Minano." And even though his grades weren't good, he kept asking for favors. And thanks to that unexpected assistance, he barely had time to improve himself. Minato was always available to guide him. Minato can hardly believe the lies he is hearing. Hisaki continues saying that Minato even asked him for money Hisaki used to steal Minato's money, and he never asked that jerk for anything, and the year they spent together was easily the worst he has ever had in his life. The reporter praises him for the nature of that story and says that Hisaki is the embodiment of perfection. Posing for the recording, Hisaki cynically says that he will be an awakened who will write history. The cameraman says that Minato must be very happy to receive so much help from Hisaki. He then asks if Minato has any words of gratitude for him. No, he stammers. No, there's no way he can say anything positive to that scumbag. Hisaki asks in front of the cameras if Minato failed the exam again. He then lowers his voice threateningly and tells Minato that he is completely useless, should not ruin the day. But all Minato has in his memories of the hateful days when that clown was a student there. However coerced and afraid, he stammers that he is grateful for everything that has happened, for everything Hisaki has done. There were no words to describe his gratitude. After that, Hisaki lets him go and asks the filming crew to move on to the next topic. He then points to his trophies and asks if they can see them. The crew says they are very beautiful, and they continue recording. As they leave, the reporter asks if anyone knows the name of the weird kid, and if they really needed to include him in the documentary. Someone from the crew says it's completely unnecessary. No one would care. Even if you're a despicable person, as long as you become a hunter, people will adore you as if you're truly special. Your name will be remembered. Minato overheard what they said about him and tried to say his own name, but someone calls out to him loudly. It was Hisaki, accompanied by two idiots. He tells Minato to meet him at the Founders' Mausoleum after class. Minato asks why. Hisaki asks if he would like to take the test one more time. Minato doesn't understand, but Hisaki says he'll talk to the association. Minato is confused. Then he hears Hisaki. Stag is only doing it because it will boost his popularity. The last scene of the documentary will be filmed at the mausoleum. After it's filmed, they'll talk about it. Minato should go, but Minato doesn't believe it's possible and wonders if anything will really happen. He hates the idea of being used as a tool to increase that clown's popularity, but despite the situation, it's another chance for him to achieve his dream. He's optimistic, and this time he's sure it will work out, he thinks. During the recording, Hisaki stands in front of the mausoleum. A hero alone makes a vow to protect humanity in the future. The moment is very Instagrammable. The reporter thanks him and says he managed to take many great photos. During that moment, he also thanks the hero for taking the time to be with the crew. Hisaki thanks him and says he can't wait to read the article about himself. Saying goodbye to the crew, he heads inside the mausoleum. He asks his two fools if they found the access point. They are digging into the floor of the place. They say yes, pointing to an access point with a staircase leading underground. And they ask if that's what he was looking for. It was exactly what he was searching for, but someone shouts asking what they are doing there. His echo replies to Minato, saying that he still hasn't figured it out. He's on a treasure hunt. Nato can't believe it and says he's just desecrating the founder's tomb. He doesn't even have respect for those buried there. Hisaki says he knows who's down there. He then breaks one of the stones with his foot. He says that what's there are just rotting corpses from the past, nothing more. He wouldn't miss the chance to make money off it because in the end, they're just bodies with no real significance. He doesn't care whether they're normal bodies or the founders' bodies in the mausoleum. Minato remembers his dreams of wanting to be like the founders one day, an awaken whose name will go down in history. Minato was extremely enraged and charges toward Hisaki, but Hisaki easily dodges and lands a blow on Minato's stomach. The hit is strong enough to make him spit out a worrying amount of tomato sauce. Hisaki asks how he dared to do that, but all Minato can think is how awful this is. He's being hired by Vasco. One of the fools tells Hisaki that they found some things and shows him a backpack loaded with treasures. Minato watches everything. Moribund Hisaki takes an orb in his hands and is impressed by the aura the item emits. Is marvelous with that item. Alone he could live the rest of his life without meaning to work. Minato wants to reprimand him, telling him he shouldn't do this, but he's so weak that his voice doesn't even leave his mouth now. Now turning to Minato, the hero says he'll explain things in a way Minato can understand. He's been looking for a cowardly weakling like him all along, and Minato was easily deceived with words because of a hopeless dream. Hisaki knows Minato has been visiting the library frequently. When he found out, he laughed uncontrollably because he had found the perfect pawn for his plans. A failure like Minato got sick enough to want to loot the mausoleum and disappear. A tragic story. Minato tries to say something, but he's too weak, and Hisaki can already see the newspaper headline. The next day looted the mausoleum, and even managed to evade the police. The culprit, a third-year academy student who always failed the exam. Hisaki drops Minato's body into the lake as he tries to remember his name. Now the falls watching. The cynical smile of the one who managed to deceive everyone. He sinks into the water, descending deeper and deeper as he continues to sink. He wonders if this is what it feels like to drown. He trained and prepared every day. Everything he did amounted to nothing. He's drowning, slowly disappearing with no one to remember him. Suddenly, lights begin to appear in the darkness of the lake. Numerous human-like figures surround him, extending their hands toward him. A vessel. He will be the vessel for all of them, the one who will fulfill their desires. Minato wonders how he could possibly be a vessel. For this, the figures explain that they are the heroic spirits, sealed in that place, the very souls of the heroes. Minato understands. Even less, he can see the lights and hear the voices, but he has no idea what's happening. Curious if these are really the founders. One of the spirits addresses Minato, telling him that the mark on his hand is the mark of the void. It holds no power on its own. However, it can manifest any kind of power, even those beyond his imagination. You must choose one of them and form a contract. They represent the pillars of nearly every skill imaginable: magic, endurance, swordsmanship, spear mastery, alchemy. All these powers will be granted by the one he chooses. Now he must decide which power he desires. Minato wants power like Hisaki's. No, he wants a power incomprehensible to the world, a power strong enough to overcome every humiliation he's ever suffered. The voice urges him to choose someone. Minato boldly declares that he wants all of them. He wants all their powers. He demands that they give everything to him, a greedy request, but one that doesn't sound wrong. However, it seems impossible. No matter how strong the vessel, attempting to hold all that power could be catastrophic. But Minato interrupts the voice, insisting they stop talking and just do what he asked. Lights begin to converge on the mark on his hand. All the resentment and derisive words he's ever heard flood back into his mind. A massive golden circle forms beneath his feet. Hisaki and his cronies notice something is happening and turn to look back at the lake.
En underwater, explosion érupte.
Sending water high into the air, falling back down like rain. Hisaki wonders what it could be above the lake. Minato hovers, glowing with an intense blue light. He descends and positions himself before the stunned cronies. He does not look friendly. One of the goons sneers, saying that Minato dragged himself back like a stubborn cockroach. Minato holds a twig in his hand. The goon asks what he plans to do with that and starts laughing uncontrollably. I think he intends to fight them with that thin twig, which is more amusing than intimidating. Hisaki loses his patience and orders them to finish this quickly. He commands them to make sure Minato doesn't come back from the lake this time, even if that means cutting off his head. The armies understand, and one of them summons a sword. He boasts that in the last exam he awakened an ranked aura skill, something Minato should know. The thug has learned the way of the sword, and Minato should be grateful to be taken down by such a skill. Minato repeats the words, questioning what path of the sword this thug claims to have learned as he lunges to strike. Swift movements filled the air. The goon lands, thinking he delivered his blow, but quickly realizes he's been slashed multiple times. Minato then asks, "What path of the sword did you say you mastered?" As the thug collapses, the remaining cronies can only watch in shock. Minato turns to the sword-wielding goon and asks if he would mind teaching him the path of the sword as well. He wants to know what it is, how it works. Since the thug claimed to have mastered it, the other crummy, angered, starts casting a spell. He chants the incantation, speaking of the green cradle, the gaze of destruction, declaring himself a 7th level second-class mage. But Minato, pointing his finger, now crackling with yellow energy resembling lightning, calmly says, "You're too slow." He then utters "had as lightning." The crony is terrified because the spell was cast without an incantation. A massive yellow explosion engulfs the area. The crony is left charred like a piece of bacon, forgotten in a frying pan. Hisaki witnesses everything and realizes that Minato sliced with a twig and cast a spell without speaking. Impossible. There can only be one explanation. Long ago, just a dry branch, a great swordsman cut down an army of 10,000 men with true magical wisdom. A mage could cast any spell without uttering a word. In the present time, these tales are so bizarre that people consider them exaggerated myths. The awakened souls resting in the founder's mausoleum now reside in this vessel. In Minato's body there are a total of 106 souls. He recalls Hisaki's words in the documentary, that his name will not be forgotten. And Minato affirms that yes, he will be remembered forever. Just like the new myths surrounding him, Minato glows with a blue light and Hisaki stands defensively before him. He thinks it's unbelievable, as Minato managed to absorb the souls of all of them with his mark of the void. Hisaki senses that the souls are content with the space inside. They begin speaking inside Minato's head, say and that the space is incredible and that it has been a long time since they were free from boredom. One of them even starts to stake out his own territory, claiming a part of the space as his own. Minato knows the legends well, having memorized them long ago. The souls of the founders are now inside him. He closes his eyes and can see some of them within the space inside him. Now a race has begun to see who will take control of the boy's body. Behind Minato appears the great swordsman who defeated an entire army with just a twig. His name is Hinoki. That's right, he says, being remembered after so long is expected given my deeds. He now wants to know what the boy plans to do. The boy thinks it's about Hisaki, but swordsman corrects him, saying he wasn't referring to that trash in front of them. He wants to know what Minato will do about this as he points with his finger. This seems to catch Minato's attention and he starts to walk. Hisaki, terrified, begs him not to come closer, thinking Minato is approaching him. His IQ then prepares himself, saying that Minato should not underestimate a rank like him. But before he can summon his sword, Minato strikes him with the back of his hand. The fool is sent flying as if he had wings. Minato only wanted him out of the way. In front of him a threatening energy is growing. As it expands, lightning forms around it. Minato confronts it with this samurai soul. Alongside him in the city, something is wreaking havoc. A furious three-headed dog is on the loose, ramping. A man stands near the beast and says he will leave it to Kizaru to handle. The beast charges at the man, but he leaps into the air, now airborne. He prepares to strike the dog. He launches his attack, hitting the monster's back squarely. The crowd around cheers as he took down a rank monster with a single blow, as expected of an S-rank hunter, Kisaragi. He acknowledges the praise and asks the crowd where Hisaki is because of the interview he gave. His fame as a young prodigy must be interesting. Kisaragi says it's good that the boy's fame is growing, since it will also boost the guild's reputation anyway. Once that interview is over, he plans to head to the nearest bar to get drunk. But before anything else can happen, he senses the rising demonic energy nearby. The pressure is so intense that's causing people near Kisaragi to collapse. They arrive in pain, asking the hero what could be causing this. He realizes that B ranks and A ranks are powerless. Against a threat like this, there's no mistake. Must be an S-rank monster. Kisaragi extends his perception and detects the mausoleum. The fool who was struck by Minato tries to stand up and realizes that a terrifyingly threatening monster stands before them. It emerges from the backpack, filled with diluted items. Zaki can't understand why a demon like that is there. Minato says that this happened because the fool had looted the mausoleum. One of the tower's boss monsters had been sealed there, but thanks to Hisaki's brilliance, the seal was broken. When he removed the items from the mausoleum, the swordsman confirms this, explaining that some of the tower's demons managed to survive by hiding and putting their bodies into hibernation. That creature is the embodiment of the void, a demon so strong that the S-rank is inadequate to describe its power. The swordsman adds that the demon could overpower people from kilometers away with its poisonous aura. In his time, such a creature was common, but it's far too powerful for the current generation to handle. Hisaki runs away in desperation. He needs to escape, or he'll be crushed. Minato tells him not to run, as the is always searching for targets. Seeing the movement, the creature shoots one of its tentacles toward Hisaki. Hisaki notices it and, terrified, tries to defend himself with his sword, but his sword, instead of stopping the attack, shatters and the tentacle reaches him. That sword had cut through dragons before, but now it was as useless as a pin in a war. The tentacles pierce his skin and spread like an infection. He screams in agony as the tentacle drains him. Minato looks at Hisaki, now a dried husk, and remarks that he tried to warn him. The swordsman asks Minato if he's ready to fully surrender his body to him. Now he's eager to see the founder. Hinoki's one-handed technique. Hinoki makes his move to take control of Minato's body. While the other founders are distracted, Minato says he doesn't mind handing over his body. The swordsman is pleased to hear this, but before anything can happen, the other founders appear. They start pulling Hinoki by the hair, telling him he shouldn't do that. Another founder declares that such a powerful vessel shouldn't belong to Hinoki, but to someone else. The exposed swordsman pleads for the other souls to calm down. Minato says he has a condition. He will only yield his body to all of them. The founders don't understand what he means by that, but Minato declares that he will surpass them all for sure. In due time he'll become as strong as they are. Now they want to discover just how strong he can become. It's time for them to show him what they can do. The swordsman is a bit annoyed by the proposal, thinking the boy must be out of his mind. Minato raises the twig, and behind him, the swordsman mirrors his movement. They execute the same strike. Numerous blue rays of light fill the area, and the demon's tentacle is torn apart by the cuts. However, Minato's twig breaks in the process. He watches as the monster writhes in pain. Then he takes a new stance and another founder appears. Behind him he delivers a palm strike and another of the monster's tentacles is obliterated. The monster's eyes, now filled with fear at the sight of the small boy, in response the monster turns his attention toward Minato, intending to attack him, but Minato has picked up a branch along the way and starts wielding it like a staff. Another founder appears and Minato strikes the monster. Again he dodges and makes another attack using the abilities of different founders. The final strike is strong enough to disorient the monster. Minato calmly approaches the fallen backpack. He picks up a bow, an arrow, and fires repeatedly at the beast. The creature writhes in agony as Minato watches. Calmly he prepares to continue attacking, and the mark on his hand glows intensely. After that he unleashes numerous attacks and even cast spells. The monster can't retaliate, appears to be subdued. Soon Minato reaches the broken sword. Lying on the ground, the monster had buried its tentacles hoping to launch a surprise attack, but before they can touch Minato, the air is filled with electric yellow energy that incinerates them in an instant. High above, facing the monster, Minato prepares to strike using the broken sword and the one-handed style of the swordsman. He slashes through the monster, cutting everything beneath the blade's edge. The creature's body is now split in two Minato smiles. Having subdued a powerful demon, the moonlight bathes the now peaceful night, free from the monster's hostility. Meanwhile, a crow watches everything far away. Perched on an antenna, a young man answers his phone. He's informed that the monster has been defeated, even though he was already on his way. He asks if there was any hunter nearby strong enough to do that. According to the images captured by the crow, was a student from the academy who dealt with the problem. Hearing this, the young man smiles and says he'd like to meet the student. He is none other than the most powerful awakened. Being Mori, Midori answers his phone again. He mentions that it's been a long time since he last received a call from the director. As he says this, sitting on top of a massive dragon's body, they're discussing the S-ranked monster that appeared, and Midori confirms that he wasn't the one who dealt with it. According to the crow's footage, they identified the student who did it. It was Minato. Midori heard that Minato had failed the admission exam 3 times in a row, and because of this, even with the footage, it's hard to believe. So he asked the director for a favor elsewhere. Students are talking about what happened the day before. The aura was so hostile that one of them couldn't even move. Another says that even though it's over, he still doesn't feel right. A third student begins boasting, claiming that he was the one who took down the monster. His friend calls it impossible, since it's been 10 years since the last S-rank hunter appeared at the academy. The student responds that that's precisely the point. Rumors say that a student from the academy defeated the monster, but it's hard to believe. There's no way someone from there could have done it if such a capable person existed. Wouldn't be at this academy. As they say, this Minato is nearby, exhausted, barely able to stand. He thinks to himself that the only thing he's heard since arriving at the academy is about yesterday's event. A jerk bumps into him, telling him he's in the way. Minato, too weak, falls to the ground. The jerk sees this and thinks that there's no way the mysterious SR hunter is the loser on the ground. Meanwhile, Minato struggles to get up. He defeated the monster the day before, but it was only possible because the founders were using his body. As a result of doing so much in such a short time, his body is in terrible shape. Someone asks if he's okay. Minato turns and finds himself face to face with the swordsman. Recognizing him, the swordsman tells Minato to get up, reminding him that he said he would surpass them all. Minato recalls his own words and feels encouraged, and that's exactly what he wants. But he can barely move. The swordsman encourages him, asking him to show his determination. A student passing by thinks Minato has gone completely mad. The swordsman looks around and concludes that the level of the awakened ones now isn't just low, it's utterly mediocre. They're basically at the level of ordinary humans. In other words, trash. As Minato gathers his strength to stand, the swordsman continues to think. In his opinion, if the tower appeared now, the world would end with nothing that could be done. Most professionals of this era are weak, but then someone catches his attention. He senses someone very powerful nearby, far stronger than the others. Minato asks what distracted him, but the swordsman says it's nothing. The truth is he felt a massive aura in that place moments ago, but it quickly vanished. That moment, someone calls out to Minato, telling him to hurry to that room. Minato thinks it's about his resignation letter since he failed the exam 3 times. The test can only be taken at the academy, but the person who called him says it's not about that, and that you should head to the field as soon as possible. He's going to take a new exam. Minato doesn't understand why the students who heard this were curious, as nothing like this had ever happened before. Some students are at the windows to watch the test. Minato isn't in the best physical condition. He needs to do his best in the 100-meter dash. The average time is just 3.5 seconds, with the fastest recorded time being 2.7 seconds. The jerk from earlier who bumped into Minato says that Minato is famous for being a walking failure, wondering why they're giving him another chance before he can continue talking nonsense. And Adam starts running and finishes the race. He completed it in just 1.2 seconds, leaving the jerk speechless in the 3,000 meters. The average time is 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The record being 3 minutes and 17 seconds, but Minato completes the race in just 1 minute and 17 seconds. The maximum number of push UPS in 2 minutes. The average is 215. The record for 18 Minato did a small amount of 840 repetitions. In the bench press the average is 400 kilos and the record is 620. Minato lifted the modest amount of 1,280 kilos. The students are now crowding around the windows, as the so-called failure was not only passing but breaking records by a completely unreasonable margin. Minato continues to be evaluated, consistently delivering impressive results. Soon some begin to admire him while doing the tests. Minato wonders if the founders are lending him power at that moment. But the swordsman thinks to himself that he wouldn't help with something as foolish is that evaluation. None of them did anything. What likely happened has nothing to do with them in the director's office. Minato's results are presented. Midori is there and he's quite pleased with the numbers he sees. The director says that when he heard the request for Minato's re-examination, he thought something was wrong even though Minato's physical abilities are so impressive. The real issue is his magical capacity. In previous tests, this ability of his was simply impossible to measure. He had no mana at all. The director says it might be a waste of time for Midori. The woman turns to the hero and suggests that maybe the boy isn't living up to expectations. But Midori smiles and says they'll soon see if he can really use magic. Soon. Outside, Minato is about to have his magical ability tested. Is asked if he's familiar with the test and if he knows how it works. He needs to use magic to make the fan blades spin, and the number of rotations will be used to measure his score. The average is 1,513 rotations. The record is 4,022 rotations. For the past 3 years he couldn't move those blades. No matter how hard he tried, he was completely unable to feel mana. But now he can feel it. He feels the mana around him. It moves from his right foot through the rest of his body. It circulates through his body and returns to his foot, and he can accelerate this cycle just by using his breathing, and with that can release this energy into the palm of his hand. The test begins. The fan blades are energized and glow blue. They start to spin. Soon they begin to spin rapidly. To the evaluators' surprise, the rotation meter keeps rising and the evaluator can't even see the number of rotations. With his own eyes, the speed was so great. The fan exploded. It spun so fast that it experienced a catastrophic failure. Exceeding its limit, debris flies through the area, scaring some students. The director in his office notices that something happened outside. The fan blade flew through the wall of his office, destroying the ceiling and the floor, and it remains stuck there. He was in shock, completely startled. The secretary returns to Midori, who is smiling apparently. The novice is similar to him, a second person in history, who is like him with immeasurable potential. Minato looks at his own hand, surprised. He didn't expect things to escalate to that extent. The evaluator is still shaken by everything. Says that Minato passed the exam to become a hunter. The students who witnessed this are now extremely surprised as Minato broke every possible record. Minato looks at his hand and thanks the founders. For all this time he had this power within him. The swordsman looks at him happily as everything happened as he expected. Just by lending his body to the souls of the founders, potential of his body was awakened. It seems that the one who bears the mark of the void is not as mediocre as they thought. The swordsman had been waiting for him for over a century and asked if the other founders agree with him, because if it's really him, Minato will be the one to fulfill all of their wishes. Minato gets briefly distracted and from the sky descends a green light in front of where he is standing. Minato was distracted because he didn't expect an explosion right in front of him so suddenly. The swordsman realizes who has just arrived. It's the bearer of the immense aura he sensed. Earlier, Midori greets them. Minato is even more surprised because he didn't expect Ichiro Midori to be there at the academy. He is the living legend of the present. The most powerful awakened one. The question was, why was he there? He approaches Minato and says he saw the results of the tests he took and congratulates him for them. The boy thanks him and can only think about how surprised he that Midori even knows his name. But then Midori says there is one more test to be done. He would like the boy to try to land a hit on the strongest hunter at least once. Minato was completely confused. Midori is only 23 years old, but he has been a fully functional hunter since he was 9. No one can deny that he is the strongest in the world. He has turned thousands of demons to ashes in an instant. Weak demons and hunters could be easily executed by him with just a fraction of his power. He single-handedly dealt with the demon outbreak 10 years ago, as well as another monster outbreak 5 years ago. He's a living singularity. Minato is extremely surprised that the legend of this era knows his name. After hearing Midori's proposal for one more evaluation, the swordsman speaks to him. He asks Minato to surrender his body to him right away because he is utterly excited about the possibility of fighting such a person. The students can't believe that Midori in the flesh is at the academy. And more than that, he's going to fight Minato, the failure. Midori begins explaining the rules of the challenge. He says that for Minato to win, he must land a single hit on him within the next minute. Even if he doesn't win, there will be no punishment. Midori will only attack him once every 10 seconds, and Minato shouldn't worry because Midori will go easy on him. He can use any ability he wants, and Midori won't use any if he wishes. Midori will even grant him any weapon he desires to fight, so Minato should choose what best suits him. Minato still doesn't understand the reason for these conditions, or what is happening. An additional test is completely outside the scope, and Minato doubts he could handle him in 1 minute. He asks again if he can really use any weapon, and to which Midoriya confirms after all, Midori's body is much tougher than a sword and sharper than any blade. While saying this, he splits a sword in two using only his fingers. The swordsman speaks to him again, urging Minato to hurry up and surrender the body. For the samurai, hearing those words was an offense, and he was ready to teach the modern warrior a lesson. Minato notices that the samurai is very enthusiastic about the challenge, as expected. Midori's strength is on par with that of the founders. Minato doesn't stand a chance. He sighs. If this is the situation, there's only one thing to do. The students gather at the windows again as something incredible is happening. A real battle between Midori and Minato. They are about to start any moment. This samurai continues to hurry Minato, eager to take control of the body, starting the timer on his phone. Midori announces that the test has just begun. Minato grips his sword firmly and charges toward the hero. The samurai is disappointed because the boy has decided to fight alone. That's not fair to him, who wanted to have fun. As he advances, Minato recognizes that this is complete futile, but surely to become a legend himself, he cannot simply rely on the founder's power. He needs to accomplish things with his own talent as well. He strikes in Midori, who was looking at his phone, dodges. He asks the boy if he has any social media he usually uses, as this is definitely being recorded and will go viral. The students are amazed by Midori's skill dodging Minato's attacks. While looking at his phone, he continues to dodge the attacks as if it were no challenge at all. Minato keeps pressing him without any effectiveness. One of the students remarks that it's surprising that despite so many attacks being launched, none of them have managed to reach the target. However, there is something strange about these attacks. They are too vigorous. How long can you maintain that intensity for Midori? All of this is far too slow. You can even see the feints the boy executes and the movement they will become. He dodges each one as if he were living in the future, already knowing the past. Nato is amazed because his body moves as he desires, and all those energetic movements don't demand anything from his physical stamina. He's not getting tired. Perhaps this is one of the effects of having surrendered his body to the founders. His body had not only changed, but it continued to change Midori places. The tip of one of his fingers on the boy's forehead. 10 seconds had passed. It was his turn to attack. He then prepared a flick. Minato manages to dodge as the blow, while very close, was extremely powerful. Looking back, he can see the damage left on the ground from the energy that had passed. They're taking it easy as bullshit. If that had hit men out of his head, he would have been sent straight to the grave. Without a doubt, Midori found this a bit strange, although he didn't sense any malice from the boy. He didn't believe he had miscalculated the amount of force needed for that flick. Or perhaps it was something else that caused that effect on him. Inada now believes that if things continue like this, he will be knocked out soon. He needs to recall the feeling of that day, the powerful version of himself that took down the demon. He prepares himself, and his body is energized. Midori notices that something has changed, and the boy starts attacking him with everything he's got. The students notice that Minato's speed is no longer the same. The cell phone cameras can no longer keep up with the speed of their movements. Midori acknowledges that the attacks are stronger and faster than before. Minato can only think that to defeat this S-rank hero, his sword needs to be even faster. He perceives that the atmosphere around them has changed. He wonders if some condition needs to be activated or if the founders want to keep that a secret. But Dori looks at his phone and realizes that too much time has passed. He prepares to attack the boy, but this time you will make sure to attack so lightly that it would be like using a feather. He gets Minato, who flies and crashes violently into the school wall, coughing up some strawberry juice. Incredible, it was truly amazing and wonderful. Minato was fighting against the most powerful hero. If his body had been the same as the day before, that attack would have been enough to end him. He is very happy, as he is becoming stronger in a short period of time. However, with the range of skills he has now, he probably won't be able to pass this test. But that's okay. He continues to advance and keep attacking. He will use brute force to make the most of the remaining time. He passes by Midori, who is still looking at his phone screen. He tells the boy that he has seen enough and that 30 seconds have passed, so it's time for him to attack. Again, he brings his hand down on Minato's neck and he instantly loses consciousness. Midori acknowledges that the boy is a genius, but still far from the level of his peers. The power he saw this time, after all, was not enough to be fully tested. He takes out his phone and speaks with his assistant, saying that they should leave soon. He mentions that the test was disappointing and that he was let down. Meanwhile, Minato's hands grip the ground and hold his sword firmly. A great aura emerges and Minato asks Midori what he had just said. The samurai, who is now in control of the body, says that the rebellious boys take Minato. Finally, he can use this body. Minato, who is no longer Minato, now turns to Midori, says they should play for a little longer. Inside the marvelous world of his little head, Minato observes passively what the samurai is doing, as he is now in control of the body. Midori is pleased with this, as it was exactly what he was looking for. He knew that the presence he felt now was the same one that had taken down the monster before. Midori says he felt this presence earlier, and that it was what made him miscalculate the force of the blow. He's unsure if it was a skill, or if it was a completely different person. Regardless, Minato was a monster now. The samurai, in control of the body, tells the hero not to move too far away and delivers a strike that forces him to dodge. He notices that the hero's movements have changed and his strength and speed are no longer the same. His swordsmanship is also different. And before he can finish this thought, his sharp reflexes detect Minato's sword blade almost touching his skin. He dodges at the last moment and moves to gain space to stay out of reach of the sword. Dori is completely focused on the fight, and in front of him is a Minato who is entirely different and fully engaged in winning the battle. Minato delivers a slicing blow that forces the hero to duck to avoid being hit by the cut. However, he strikes the school. The students who were at the windows now move away, recognizing that the fight had reached dangerous levels. Midori now notices the unpredictability of the strikes. He feels that Minato knows where he will be in the future. It was beautiful. The technique seemed like an ancient fencing technique. It was like a stream of water, but now it become a raging torrent. Midori says that this is necessary to defeat an S rank like him. 40 seconds have passed and it was now his turn to attack. He uses his hand to launch himself. Minato says that the blow would never hit him. Dodging, he reduces the distance and delivers another attack. Midori evades, not before, showing his genuine joy at the boy's performance. The students who were still near the windows now cannot believe their eyes. They are intrigued, wondering if this is really happening as Midori is on the defensive. Minato, who is actually the samurai, says that he was annoying and that you shouldn't hold back while fighting him. He shouts in fury that he will beat him up if he continues to be underestimated. He charges to attack once again. Midori laughs for those brief seconds and agrees with the boy. He won't hold back anymore. He kicked a stone which hit the pile of weapons he had offered the boy to fight him with. That movement grabs Minato's attention, distracting him above. Midori was holding a spear in his hands as he descends. He prepares his attack. Minato was pleased, as the hero is finally going all out. The students watching the fight can only confirm that what they are seeing is amazing. The two are exchanging blows, their weapons crossing each other countless times, and the weapons falling from the sky are sliced through by these strikes as if they were made of paper. They continue their battle with Hinoki accelerating everything he can. The other founders notice this and praise the hero's skill, as he's on par with one of the founders. One of them says that the fight is fun and it's a shame that they are not the ones fighting. Minato also observes everything. The samurai's performance isn't better because Minato's body is still not the perfect vessel. A hooded woman says she should fight and tells the samurai to stop as he was acting without any strategy, but she encounters Minato, who doesn't stop watching the fight. He identifies each of the strikes: vertical cut, diagonal cut, thrust, dodge. He names them all and repeats them with his hands under attack. Changed the center of gravity. Minato was attentive to everything happening in that fight. After so many clashes, Minato's sword breaks. He grumbles, saying it was of low quality and that it should have been bought with danger. And Dori finds it all fascinating. The fight was making his heart race. There were no more cutting weapons available. He wants to know if Minato will use a firearm now. Only 10 seconds left, and he loudly asks what the boy will do. He assesses what is around him and dodges the hero's attack. One of the students at the windows, the jerk from earlier, who had knocked Minato down, has a sword at his waist. Minato goes to him and takes it for himself. Midori is there in the air in front of them. He prepares his strike and directs it. Minato he destroyed part of the school, but Minato had already dodged it, as now very close to the hero. Both resumed striking each other continuously. It's so much fun, says Midori. It wants them to keep going a little longer. A female student says the building might collapse at any moment, and that they should get out of there. Meanwhile, the jerk Lemon's losing his sword. Midori is now near the blade that was embedded in the school's wall. Minato was just behind him preparing to continue his strikes when he notices what was happening. Midori had caught the blade with his bare hand. He removed it from where it was and was to throw it towards Minato. The hero readied himself to hurl the blade. At that moment, Minato used Hinoki's one-handed style, the samurai. The blade was sliced into several smaller pieces, and with just one apparent movement, Minato's attack was neutralized. The hero was even more impressed and said that the boy was truly amazing. However, the samurai was still engaged in the fight and was immersed in his desire to defeat him. He was about to launch another attack, but his sword broke. 60 seconds had passed and Midori had his attack prime towards the boy. The attack was coming clean, and even the founder's soul sensed that it wouldn't be good, but Minato's soul appeared and said that they shouldn't give up just yet. He then suddenly switched places with the samurai. He moved his hand to almost touch Midori's attacking hand managed to divert the attack's trajectory by a narrow margin. Neither the samurai nor the hero expected a move like that, as it was enough to break several bones in the boy's arm. Now, with time running out and needing to land just one single attack, Nato's hand moved swiftly towards the hero's face, which perceived it with no chance to react. The battle between those two geniuses felt like it had lasted a lifetime for those involved. A battle fought to arrive. A simple answer. It was like a chess match where both players were very skilled. Meanwhile, the samurai observed what had just happened in the fight. The boy was bold. It was only for a brief moment. It was unexpected. Even for a founder, the opponent certainly didn't expect to be struck at that moment. The boy had taken a completely unprecedented path to victory. But the reaction was good. Midori simply caught the attack with his other hand, realizing that his move wasn't effective. Minato lamented that he hadn't been able to land a single blow on the hero. However, sympathizing with the boy's dedication, Midori, still holding Minato's fist, brought it to his own cheek upon contact. He happily exclaimed that the boy had passed the test. The students who had witnessed that seemingly eternal minute wondered what the hell had just happened. Minato was injured and passed out from exhaustion. He was now in the hero's arms, who called his secretary and asked her to come quickly. She appeared beside him and asked how the test had gone. The hero said that not only had the boy passed, but he was also very interesting, and in the process he had accidentally broken the boy's arm, and he wanted to know if she could fix it. She confirmed that she could. Meanwhile, more disbelieving students asked if the hero had really said that Minato had passed the test. That could only mean one thing. The students began to celebrate, for that student had managed to land a blow on the strongest hero. Minato woke up to the noise. Lying on the ground, he found himself with Midori's secretary, who instructed him not to move as she was healing his arm. He thanked her for the care. She then congratulated him on passing the test. He thanked her, and only then did he realize that he had passed the test, and he stood up startled. He couldn't believe that he had managed to land a blow on Midori. The hero appeared beside him, saying that the boy was too cruel for already forgetting such a moment. His appearance was so sudden that it startled Minato. The hero stood up and said they were even now. He passed, and I was that. He'd gotten serious halfway through the test. Minato remembered that at that moment the samurai was the one in control. Moreover, Midori continued, the boy had managed to dodge the hero's strongest attack. His move was incredible, and he should be proud of himself. The boy listened to those words coming from the most powerful hero with great admiration. Now he asked what came next. Now that he had passed, neither the secretary, the hero, nor the students understood that question. Night fell, and Minato's mother was cooking. She asked him how many guests were coming. He didn't know how to answer, saying that probably only one person would come, saying this while finishing drying a cloth he used to make the floor shine. But that was a wonderful day for them. Minato had not only passed the test, but was also escorted by Midoriya himself. His mother said she always believed he was a boy who could achieve anything through his effort. He listened to that with happiness. However, she was putting too much pressure on herself. Since a celebrity would visit their home, she felt that their house wasn't good enough to make a good impression. Hearing that, Minato reprimanded her and said that Midori wasn't that kind of person. The boy now waited in his room. He stared at the card he had received from the hero. Earlier at school, the hero's assistant had him in a leg lock, making him scream for her to stop because he had already surrendered. Midori asked if he hadn't told the boy that if he won, he would have to become one of his company, but Minato said he didn't hear those words. The assistant was punishing the hero for that because he hadn't said it. Midori said that there were too many eyes in that place and asked the boy if he could visit his house that same night. There they would talk more intimately. He's going to talk about the choices the boy has, as well as who their real enemies are. Real enemies. That made Minato very thoughtful. Tower had already been destroyed by the founders, and the current mission of the hunters is to hunt the monsters that escaped. through the dimensional rifts. Given that, is there something more, the boy wondered. Someone called him quietly, and soon the noise turned into an energetic shout. It was the swordsman, telling Minato not to fall asleep. Found himself face to face with the samurai and all the other founders. Inside his mind, the samurai asked, what was wrong with that they had been discussing something, and it finally reached a conclusion. Discussing. Minato was scared because he thought they were deciding who would possess his body permanently, but actually, they were. Before he could finish that thought, the doorbell rang. Minato interrupted the conversation, because he thought Midori had just arrived, so he and the founders would talk later. He didn't understand what was happening because everything was so dark. Looking down the hallway, he saw something. His mother was lying on the floor. He screamed in fear and rushed toward her. As he passed through the living room door, he noticed a man sitting at the table. He had painted nails and was helping himself to the food that the boy's mother had prepared. He kept eating and said it tasted bad. The pots were on the floor broken. The man asked if the boy had disciplined his mother, because if she intended to impress guests, he should use more expensive ingredients. Minato asked who he was and what he had done to his mother. The man ordered him to pay attention to how he spoke to him. He said his name was Goro. He was the S-rank hunter sent by Midori to fetch him, and he was one of Midori's companions. He told the boy to hurry up and pack his things because they were leaving that place. Soon as he finished speaking, Minato's hand was almost piercing the back of that stranger's neck. The blow nearly struck him, but the man vanished from where he was. He reappeared behind Minato. Smiling, he asked if the boy was challenging him. Minato looked at his mother and remembered his father's funeral. She had raised him alone and had said she would make sure he grew up to be a happy person. He remembered how she deprived herself of things so that he could have them. She always wished him success every time he went to train, and she always made his favorite recipe for him. Now, with a completely threatening demeanor, Minato said he would ask one more time what that man had done to his mother. In his consciousness, the samurai recognized that this opponent was an S-rank of this era. It was about time. He was irritated just by looking at that guy's face. Now they would surely know after this fight how the founder should treat Minato from now on. The weirdo looks at the boy and says that his angry expression is very cute. He raises his hand to attack him, but before he can land a blow, his hand is captured. The simple movement, the S-rank heroes now upside down. One of the founders noticed that the move was actually one of his own, which Minato had mastered. The weirdo is thrown through the wall, breaking it. Along the way, he falls onto the asphalt. Trying to recover, Minato approaches him patiently. The weirdo is trying to figure out what that move was, wondering if it was some kind of Aikido technique. He watched the boys fight with Midori through a recording. Not only does Minato have an elevated aura and great mastery with swords, but he also possesses other skills. Minato says that's what he would expect from an A-rank, and the weirdo is much more resilient than Hisaki. Now he should hurry up and answer the question that Minato has already asked more than once, or things will get catastrophically crazy. He asked again what the weirdo did to his mother. The weirdo responds that by asking Minato doesn't even suspect what might have happened. It was poison. She got in his way, so he put her asleep. She's lucky enough she'll get out of that situation with just a few minor after effects. Minato says he doesn't understand why harm a loved one of someone who might become your ally companion. The weirdo starts laughing as if he just heard the funniest joke in the world. Already behind the boy, he asks if the kid is stupid. 40 can strike. Minato dodges. The weirdo continues, saying that Minato will never become one of their companions. At most he'll be a puppet who will just follow orders. Someone as naive as that boy would definitely listen to them if his loved ones were taken hostage. During all that movement, Minato realizes that his foot is trapped under the weirdo's. The weirdo takes advantage of the moment to try to hit the boy, who manages to move away and avoid contact. Minato wonders what just happened. Because he felt as if his cheek was burning, he quickly realizes He's been poisoned, and beneath the weirdo's nails, needles are revealed. He says that the poison has already entered. The bizarre man says he has an ability that allows him to create dozens of poisons from his own body. It's an annoying mission to carry out, he says. If he wanted to, he could release a lethal toxin with a 5-kilometer radius. But he couldn't do that in the middle of a city. That poison would knock the boy out in just a minute. But if Minato says he'll join his organization, the weirdo says he'll give him the antidote. If he doesn't, he'll collapse in time. Toxic gas spreading within a 5-kilometer radius. That guy was an S rank, and for a normal person that would definitely be a disaster. Minato looks at the spraying poison and in his consciousness calls out to Valentina, the goddess of medicine. He asks if she isn't. Inside him he apologizes and asks if she could teach him how to treat that poisoning later. She timidly replies yes. The weirdo asks what the hell Minato is murmuring, and if the fear of death has already taken hold of him. Meanwhile, he attacks Minato again. Dodges with ease. The Aikido move from earlier belongs to the god of hands, Huma. As expected, the founder realized that the boy managed to copy the technique. After that one moment as a reference, the samurai, the lancer, and the archer. From a very early age, Minato studied all of them and remembers everything. He read in the books the founders, whom he had always admired, now reside within him. The weirdo understood nothing. After that, Minato says he has no rational reason to be terrified of a clown. Like that, the weirdo gets irritated, and now says he's going to teach the boy the meaning of pain. The next poison will make the kid beg for his existence to be erased. The attack didn't hit the boy, who dodged. The poison falls on a tree, causing it to wither. The slowpoke says that if the boy kneels and begs, he will ease his pain a little with antidotes. The pain he will inflict will be so intense that Minato will go insane. He continues his attacks, and one of them is getting too close. Minato reacts, dodges, and counters that clown with a punch of a sink. The weirdo spews out a lot of tomato juice from his disgusting mouth inside Minato. One of the founders observes the technique used. The slowpoke is thrown against the nearest pillar. Before he can understand what's happening, he's intercepted by a kick from the boy, landing squarely on his face, the luminescent feet. Another technique belonging to one of the founders. The weirdo steadies himself and avoids being sent further away by the blow, but he's visibly exhausted. He screams desperately, trying to land another blow. But Minato has also prepared his own. With his hand he breaks some of the weirdo's nails, along with the needles in his hands. The attack continues, striking the loser squarely in the chest. A sharp beak. Another technique from one of the founders. Dragon's Claw. Yet another move belonging to one of the founders. Now holding the clown's body, he executes a takedown technique, which is also from one of the founders. He throws the fool into the air. The fool can only think that this boy is very, very strange and that something is wrong with him. It doesn't matter who it is. If someone is exposed to poison even once, their judgment is supposed to be clouded. The poison should already be in his central nervous system, meaning his movements should be slowed. But even so, that guy is different. Meanwhile, a yellow energy gathers at the tip of Minato's finger. He's now using the Truth Mage, a technique from another founder. He fires the lightning bolt. The light ascends to the heavens as the founders observe what happens. The samurai asks, and his colleagues saw that he defeated that demon just once and already managed to learn many of the moves they made, both the physical ones and those of a magical nature. He doesn't care if his power comes from the mark of the void or somewhere else. The only thing that matters to him is that this boy is very interesting. They are now committed to training and nurturing this boy. If he is truly trained by the founders, Minato will become the most powerful awakened that exists. That he is now holding his mother in his arms, trying to wake her up. Several hooded figures are running across the rooftops. One of them tells the others not to hesitate because at least 15 Guilds are already moving to recruit the boy who fought. Against Midori they needed to be quick magically. Midori himself appears among them, surprised that so many guilds are after the boy, but if it was just 15, those must be the last. And the hero prepares to execute his deadly flick. Before the hooded figure can say anything, he's hit by the flick and falls to the ground. Midori is on the phone speaking with his assistant. She says she just arrived and that there are no awakened ones nearby. However, it seems that someone got there before them. The S-rank hunter Midoro the poison user arrived before them. He paid a visit to Minato and was defeated. Midori hears this with great joy. He's already beside the boy and tells him he's incredible, as he never expected him to be capable of that. He just defeated an S-class hunter. He asks if the boy is okay and if he was exposed to the poison. Minato responds shyly that yes and says that both he and his mother are fine. However, she is still resting on the couch, unconscious, but the samurai cuts him off, saying that if it weren't for Valentina's presence, he would have already gone to find out if God exists. Behind him she complains that she is very tired. The samurai says she's too good because she finished everything in just 5 seconds, but since the one who produced the poison was there taking a blood sample was quite simple. Midori apologizes for being late because he was taking measures to prevent other groups. I would have done the same thing to the boy, all because of the video that was recorded of the two of them. When the boy hears that there were other groups, he asked Midori if the weirdo was lying about being his companion. Midori confirms, saying that there are even other people who wouldn't hesitate to use his name to sound convincing. He asked if his assistant has finished, and she materializes near them saying, yes, all the damage done to the house's structure had been repaired thanks to her ability, much to the boy's amazement. Alright, now Midori would like them to come in so they can finally talk. This conversation is about the boy's future. They gone and a car is waiting for Minato outside his house. His mother asks if he's okay, if he hasn't forgotten anything, like his wallet and phone charger. He says everything's fine and that she worries too much. She remembers the conversation from the previous day. Her son was moving to Midori's house. The hero said the boy still had undiscovered talents. He asked her to entrust him with her son, as he would ensure that he would become an excellent hunter. Minato's reaction was more energetic than expected. He couldn't believe the invitation because Madara himself had chosen him. However, his mother was a bit sad knowing her son was leaving. She hands him a bag containing his lunch, since he hadn't even had breakfast, but she says he can throw it away if he doesn't like it. However, he reassures her that everything's fine. He remembers a part of the conversation from the previous day where his mother asked if he would face many threats in the future, to which Midori confirms. She says her son was always impressed by the founders' deeds and her son had always fought to become a hunter up until now. It's an honor for her that the strongest hero is taking him under his wing, but as a mother she can only worry. She knows what a hunter's role is to fight monsters, but Midori says that in this field, there's no such thing as certainty. However, he would train the boy to be strong, at least to a point where he wouldn't even lose to the founders. So she entrusted her son to Midori's care. In the car, Midori's assistant asks if it was a good idea to make such a bold promise like that, as they don't really know what might happen in the near future. Midori watches the boy say goodbye to his mother in the car's rearview mirror. She tells the boy not to sleep without clothes on, as he once caught a cold that way. He doesn't even remember when that happened. He also advises him to separate the clothes by color when he needs to wash them. On the other hand, Midori resolutely says that he will fulfill his part of the promise. No matter what happens, they say their goodbyes. Time for them to leave. He asked his mother to wish him luck. She tells him to take care of himself and to visit her during the New Year's holiday. They depart, and the boy apologizes for making them wait. Midori asks if he is ready, and Minato replies that he is. He looked back at his mother one more time. His resolve to leave would crumble. Midori understands the boy and says they have a long journey ahead and he can do whatever he wants, whether eating or sleeping. Midori Looks at the lunchbox his mother gave him. He takes it and remembers her words. Opening it, he is met with a surprise. Not only is it his favorite recipe, but there's also a good luck message written on it. He thanks her for the food while reminiscing about all the moments he shared with his mother. Up to that point, he eats with tears in his eyes. The food is delicious. The assistant continues driving and Midori rests comfortably in the front seat. Proceed with the journey to the hero's base. Suvan Minato is stunned by what he sees. Midori welcomes him, saying he is finally entering the property, which is not only magnificent but also enormous. Only a handful of the awakened are allowed access. They're only those who make up the anti-prophecy unit, or simply anti-prophecy. That was their headquarters. The boy hears that name without fully understanding its purpose. The doorbell rings and a man watches them from one of the windows. He informs the others that they finally arrived, bringing the new member with them. A girl asks what he said, while another confirms that it's the rookie. A blonde guy remarks that it's rare these days to have a new companion there. However, a red-haired guy is still resistant and wants to know if the rookie is qualified enough to be called a companion by them and to be part of the anti-prophecy. Minato is curious and wants to know what that name means, and if it refers to Midori's guilt. His assistant apologizes for delaying the explanation. She couldn't openly talk about it in the presence of his mother, because it's secret. Hearing that, the boy becomes even more impressed, but she confirms that it is indeed a classified matter. Mandalore says they'll discuss the topic soon, but first, they should take his luggage to his room. The assistant offers to carry his luggage. He declines, however someone shouts from afar, saying they need to explain it to him. This person lands with a kick aimed at Minato, who defends himself. The blonde guy praises him, saying he's very good. Minato realizes this person is strong and asks who he is. The blonde guy does a backflip and introduces himself. Upon landing, his name is Haneda, and he's part of the anti-prophecy squad and now Minato's companion too. Minato hopes he's not the one who has to explain things. Dory asks his assistant to get him some tea, as the rookie and the blonde guy are now fighting in front of them. Minato doesn't understand why they're doing this if they're companions. But that's exactly why, to explain to him what anti-prophecy means and to test his abilities. Minato doesn't understand this part about having his abilities tested. The blonde guy keeps advancing, landing kicks on him, and one of those kicks sends him flying. The blonde guy says he'll first explain the origin of the anti-prophecy unit. Minato wonders if that lunatic intends to explain while they continue fighting. The blonde guy asks the rookie's name and he introduces himself. Midori continues sipping his tea. He recalls that the boy was tested at the academy, tested by Midori himself. He fought against an S-rank hunter, and yet he's still being tested, always being tested. Midori asks if that's what his assistant is thinking. She agrees. Since he's a talent personally escorted by Midori, it couldn't happen any other way as they fight. The blonde guy asks the boy what a hunter's duty is. Minato responds that it's to hunt beasts that emerge from dimensional rifts. Correct, the blonde guy says as he makes Minato dodge another kick. To be more specific, it's like pest control work. But what about the dangers beyond that? The blonde guy wants to know. The boy's answer. Minato ponders that for a moment, but the blonde guy says there are more dangers. In the world there are lurking threats, far more dangerous than dimensional beasts. The pandemonium 10 years ago with 10,000 demons and the great outbreak 5 years ago. The boy says those events were large-scale escapes from dimensional rifts. The blonde guy almost hits the boy, who defends himself. And he's right, that's what's taught at the academies. And that's what the public believes, but in reality it's the blonde guy just broke a tree with his kicks. While explaining things to the rookie, those two events were invasions from other dimensions, in other words events of the same nature as the tower. that appeared 300 years ago, an emergency situation. Minato hears this and is surprised that two events, like the one involving the tower, have happened twice. Furthermore, the blonde guy says the invasion isn't over. Woman from another dimension is targeting this world with malicious intent. The blonde guy says they don't know why the Awaken are getting weaker compared to the first generation, and that there are very few people on the same level as the founders. Minato asks what they will do then. The blonde guy says that's why they exist, those who can predict the future with their abilities and identify the appearance of these dangers only, communicate them to the elite to deal with, and the elite is them, the Anti-Prophecy Squad, an organization to prevent the fulfillment of these prophecies, says Minato. It seems he now understands the purpose. And from today the rookie is one of them. He was able to block the blonde guy's kicks in succession and was the first to do so. He is now formally accepting him. He says welcome to the team, Minato. As he extends his hand to the boy, Minato thanks him and accepts the handshake while Midoriya claps in the background. The blonde guy tells the other companions that he has accepted the rookie. A group of people appears on the roof and he asks what they will do now. They suddenly disappear and Midori remarks that it looked very much like something a villain would do. The blonde guy says it seems like they want to see things with their own eyes as well. He asked Midori to leave things to him from now on, confirming that he's sure about it. Midori leaves the rookie in his care. The blonde guy is going to take Minato to his new room and asks to carry his luggage. Along the way, Minato thanks him and the two head inside the mansion. Night falls and Minato is in what is now his new room, an organization that deals with prophecies. He wonders if the founders had to deal with the same type of crisis that this team does. Something like that must have already been foretold. Minato wonders if he is also fighting against something like that. He feels anxious just thinking about it. Then Samurai appears and says that he can train the boy, notices that some of the founders are there watching him. Samurai apologizes for not speaking with him much lately, but now he will tell him the decision that he and the founders have reached. They will train him so that he becomes the most powerful awakened one, as Midori himself said, with all of them together. He has the potential to be the most powerful in history. Minato is now going to become a disciple of the founders. That suggestion really caught him off guard. He then asks if their proposal is for him to become their disciple, which is confirmed. Hey everyone, did you enjoy the story? I really liked it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys.